Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, shut your eyes if you need to, as you drift into the abyss of relaxation. Tonight, we're diving into the side of US history your teachers politely skipped. We're talking presidents, patriots, and the criminal curiosities that shaped the nation. Because before the suits, speeches, and marble memorials, America's leaders were messy, ambitious, and occasionally one bad decision away from a courtroom. So grab your favorite beverage, maybe something historically inspired, bourbon if you're feeling rebellious, and let's travel back through time to uncover the scandals that powered the world's most powerful office. Hey guys, welcome back. Picture this. The year is 1776. The air smells like muskets, melted sealing wax, and the faint whiff of rebellion. 13 scrappy colonies have decided they're done taking orders from a powdered wig superpower across the sea. Every street corner hums with talk of liberty, taxes, and that one guy who still owes everyone money. The Continental Congress is in session, quills scratching furiously, and in the candlelight sit the men we've been taught to worship, the Founding Fathers. But tonight, we're taking off the marble polish and putting these icons under fluorescent truth. Spoiler alert. America's founders weren't saints in wigs. They were brilliant, ambitious, occasionally shady entrepreneurs of freedom who could charm a crowd, dodge attacks, and sell an idea faster than you can say no taxation without representation. Let's start with George Washington, the man who couldn't tell a lie, except maybe to his accountant. Before the White House, he was the proud owner of one of the largest whiskey distilleries in the young republic. Mount Vernon wasn't just a plantation, it was a proto-industrial booze factory cranking out thousands of gallons of rye each year. Patriotic, yes, but also incredibly profitable. And here's where it gets deliciously ironic. When farmers in western Pennsylvania rebelled against federal liquor taxes, Washington, now president, marched an army to crush them. Imagine being fined for illegal whiskey by the guy who sells it wholesale. America's first commander-in-chief was also its first enforcement contradiction, the lawman and the moonshiner in one powdered wig. Then comes Thomas Jefferson, the philosopher-architect of independence and, unintentionally, America's original financial influencer. Jefferson wrote about frugality while importing French wines by the barrel, books by the crateful, and furniture that screamed, "I live beyond my means." He adored Enlightenment ideals, but couldn't enlighten his checkbook. By the time he died, he was millions in debt by modern standards. His letters to creditors read like the 18th century version of "Sorry for the delay, big things coming." If Jefferson lived today, he'd have a vineyard, a lifestyle blog, and at least 3 credit cards in collections. Yet his eloquence kept him untouchable. In the early republic, good prose was better than good credit. Alexander Hamilton enters like a rock star with a quill, brilliant, loud, and perpetually one scandal away from greatness or ruin. Before he became the nation's first Treasury Secretary, he was accused of misusing war funds and conducting a secret affair that could have ended his career. When rumors broke, Hamilton didn't deny them. He doubled down. He wrote a 95-page public confession known as the Reynolds pamphlet. 95 pages of meticulous, slightly panicked damage control. No politician had ever self-published their own scandal in that much detail. In doing so, Hamilton accidentally invented the political tell-all, the PR disaster, and the redemption arc, centuries before social media. Even Benjamin Franklin, America's lovable polymath and founding flirt, played the grey zones like a violin. As colonial postmaster, he intercepted rival newspapers so his own press could arrive first, a literal monopoly on information. Franklin wasn't just selling wisdom, He was controlling the algorithm of 18th century news. Later, as ambassador in Paris, he charmed his way through salons and scandals with equal skill, earning rumors of affairs that made him both infamous and adored. He was the first American to realize that a good reputation needs just enough mischief to stay interesting. If you think these quirks were isolated, think again. The founding generation practically built the nation on creative legal interpretation. Smuggling wasn't rebellion, it was patriotism with extra steps. Tariff evasion was framed as resistance to tyranny. Every questionable act was recast as noble defiance. Need to dodge customs? Call it economic freedom. Want to rewrite debt laws? Frame it as protecting the Republic. America's first leaders didn't just break the rules, they rebranded them. Consider John Hancock, whose signature is so famous it literally became shorthand for autograph. Before it was heroic, it was evidence. Hancock's shipping empire thrived on smuggling molasses, rum and tea, goods that conveniently dodged British taxes. When the Crown seized one of his ships for tax fraud, Boston exploded in protest, turning a wealthy merchant's busted hustle into a revolutionary cause. That's the genius of early American optics. Commit the crime, then convince everyone it's an act of freedom. Meanwhile, Samuel Adams, yes, that Adams, was stirring more than beer. He organized mobs, printed propaganda, and blurred the line between patriot activism and organized vandalism. The Boston Tea Party? Technically, that was property destruction on a grand scale. Adams called it a protest. The British called it a felony. History, it seems, sides with whoever writes the textbooks. As the revolution ignited, these men faced a universal truth. Breaking laws feels less criminal when you're the one declaring them unjust. Treason? Only until you win. Then it becomes heroism. The founders weren't ignorant of their contradictions. They leaned into them. Washington broke British law to become American law. Jefferson defended equality while maintaining an enslaved labor force. Hamilton preached morality while mailing hush money. They lived in moral limbo, but the narrative was too good to question. And perhaps that's why their legacy stuck. America's origin story wasn't carved in marble, it was scribbled on IOUs, liquor barrels and contraband invoices. The revolution didn't just overthrow a king, it legitimized a new breed of hustler, the patriotic lawbreaker. As the last musket smoke cleared, the new United States had to define justice. Problem was, its founders had already treated legality like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. The Constitution promised checks and balances, but the men writing it had spent a decade proving that rules were flexible. The DNA of loopholes was baked in from day one. So when you see a president today twisting the law like a pretzel, remember, it's not new, it's heritage. America was designed by rebels who believed laws were tools, not chains. They weren't villains. They were visionaries with messy handwriting, and as they toasted independence with smuggled rum and unpaid debts, they probably had no idea that their blend of genius and grift would define the Oval Office for centuries. Their message was clear. Freedom isn't neat, it's negotiated. And in that negotiation, the Founding Fathers were undefeated. You can almost hear the patriotic music fading out. The ink on the Declaration is still drying, the last British ship is disappearing over the Atlantic, and the new nation finally has a clean slate. A moment of purity, right? Not exactly, because the same men who risked hanging for treason are now staring at an awkward question. What happens when the revolutionaries become the government? You can't exactly build a brand new republic on no rules without writing a few yourself and rewriting them when convenient. The Founding Fathers didn't just step into power, They invented the terms of power. The trouble is, most of them were already tangled in personal debts, property disputes, and moral contradictions that would make modern ethics committees pass out. And if the colonies had been one giant startup, these guys were the founders who borrowed from the company card to fund a few personal side projects. Take Thomas Jefferson again. The man who wrote "All men are created equal" also wrote letters complaining about how expensive it was to feed the people he enslaved. At Monticello, human lives were itemized alongside livestock and tools, a moral spreadsheet that doesn't age well under fluorescent light. Jefferson wasn't blind to the hypocrisy. He just filed it under complicated economics. He once described slavery as a wolf by the ears, dangerous to hold, deadly to release. That sounds profound until you remember he kept the wolf in his backyard for life. The contradiction between liberty and ownership wasn't an oversight, it was policy disguised as philosophy. Then there's George Washington, America's poster child for integrity, who quietly used legal loopholes to keep his enslaved servants in bondage while living in Philadelphia, where slavery had technically been outlawed. His solution? Rotate them out of the state every 6 months so they'd never qualify for freedom. The father of our country found a bureaucratic backdoor before most people knew what paperwork was. When confronted, he called it a matter of necessity. History calls it what it was: early executive privilege. Meanwhile, John Adams, our second president, and the self-appointed conscience of the Republic, was learning that virtue has a PR problem. He preached law and order, but governed like a paranoid hall monitor. During his presidency, he pushed through the Alien and Sedition Acts, a set of laws that made criticizing the government basically illegal. Imagine writing a revolution about freedom of speech and then banning bad reviews. Adams jailed journalists for doing what Franklin once did for fun, mocking politicians in print. For a country barely out of its teens, it was an early taste of how power turns even the purest ideals into self-protection. And then there's Aaron Burr, vice president, duelist, and professional walking headline. Burr's greatest hits include shooting Alexander Hamilton in a dispute that was part politics, part ego, and part really bad conflict management. After the duel, he skipped the remorse tour and allegedly plotted to carve his own empire out of the western frontier. The plan was so sketchy that even his allies weren't sure whether it involved secession, land fraud, or mild treason. When the federal government finally put him on trial, Chief Justice John Marshall, another founding father, presided. The verdict? Not guilty, mostly because nobody could pin down what the crime actually was. Burr walked free, proving that ambiguity has always been the best lawyer in Washington. The early republic was a paradox in powdered wigs. Its architects preached virtue while running side hustles that would make modern lobbyists blush. Land speculation became a national pastime. Members of Congress bought frontier property at bargain prices just before voting to build roads and forts nearby. Public service, it turned out, could be a profitable business model. When a scandal hit, they did what every politician since has done: blame the opposition and quote the Constitution. But here's where it gets fascinating. These contradictions didn't sink the young republic, they defined it. Americans looked at their leaders' flaws and saw not corruption, but humanity. The myth of the flawless statesman never existed. What survived was the story of men bold enough to sin publicly in the name of progress. The pattern stuck. Admit nothing, reframe everything, and let history clean up the mess. Consider the early banking controversies. Hamilton wanted a national bank. Jefferson hated the idea, calling it unconstitutional. Hamilton built it anyway, arguing that the Constitution had implied powers. Translation: if it doesn't say I can't, I can. That single phrase became the cornerstone of American political flexibility, the same reasoning future presidents would use to justify everything from buying Louisiana to launching wars without declarations. Hamilton didn't just found the Treasury, he founded the art of legal improvisation. And speaking of improvisation, let's revisit John Hancock, that flamboyant smuggler turned national symbol. Once independence was won, Hancock transitioned from tax evader to tax enforcer as governor of Massachusetts. The man who made his fortune dodging British duties now collected American ones. It's like a hacker becoming head of cybersecurity. Hypocrisy rebranded as experience. Then there's the small matter of elections, which, in the early days, looked less like democracy and more like an 18th century bar fight in powdered wigs. Voter intimidation was common, vote buying wasn't subtle, and counting was occasionally creative. In 1800, the race between Jefferson and Adams ended in a tie that had to be broken in the House after weeks of political horse trading. The peaceful transfer of power, hailed as a miracle, was really a constitutional panic averted by backroom deals and exhausted nerves. Meanwhile, newspapers were full of slander so wild it makes Twitter look polite. Jefferson's opponents accused him of atheism, foreign collusion, and fathering children with an enslaved woman. The last accusation, which turned out to be true, was dismissed by Jefferson's allies as British propaganda. Early America didn't just invent democracy, it invented spin. And through it all, the Founding Fathers cultivated an image of enlightened virtue. Portraits showed them calm, wise, unbothered. Reality looked more like a 24-hour political soap opera with muskets. Washington's cabinet meetings nearly came to blows. Jefferson and Hamilton despised each other so intensely that entire newspapers existed solely to document their feud. The United States didn't start with bipartisan cooperation, it started with passive-aggressive letters written in perfect cursive. Yet for every scandal, the mythology grew stronger. Americans wanted heroes, not accountants. They needed to believe that these flawed men were instruments of destiny, not opportunists with excellent penmanship. So history obliged. Over time, debts became sacrifices, duels became honor, and smuggling evolved into economic resistance. The founders were canonized, their transgressions buffed away like imperfections on a bronze statue. But the real legacy wasn't the perfection. It was the precedent. When later presidents bent the law, they were following a tradition older than the Oval Office itself. Nixon had Watergate, Jefferson had Monticello's ledgers, Clinton had scandal, Hamilton wrote the template, Trump cried witch hunt, Adams literally invented one. The lesson echoing through centuries of American politics is simple. The boundary between crime and leadership is paper thin if you control the parchment. So as we close this first chapter, picture the scene once more. The revolution won, the ink drying, and a room full of men sipping smuggled rum while congratulating themselves on inventing freedom. Outside, farmers toil, debts mount, and the ink of equality hasn't reached everyone it promised. Inside, the founders toast to liberty, knowing full well they've already bent it to fit their own reflection. That's the real origin story of American power. The Republic wasn't born innocent and corrupted later, it was born complicated. Its founders were visionaries and violators, philosophers and profiteers. They taught the world that ideals are negotiable, that image outruns guilt, and that history, given enough time, forgives almost anything if it's written with enough flourish. As the candlelight flickers over Jefferson's quill and Washington's ledger, one truth gleams brighter than any patriotic legend. America didn't just inherit freedom, it inherited the art of the well-dressed crime. And that art, passed from one generation of leaders to the next, would become as American as the flag itself. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we're heading into the 1800s, the era of pistols, politics, and presidents who treated public office like a bar fight. Our subject? Andrew Jackson, the 7th President of the United States, and arguably the most chaotic man ever to grace the White House. Before Lincoln freed slaves or Roosevelt charged up San Juan Hill, Jackson was already busy rewriting the manual on presidential behavior, with gunpowder, grudges, and an ego large enough to fill the Tennessee frontier. Born poor, orphaned young, and forged in the Revolutionary War, Andrew Jackson clawed his way from the dirt into destiny. But this isn't a rags-to-riches fairy tale. It's more like a Western, where the hero and the outlaw wear the same boots. Jackson's enemies called him a tyrant, a killer, and a man who thought due process was just a polite delay before a duel. His supporters called him Old Hickory, hard, unbending, and likely to break anyone foolish enough to test him. Before politics, Jackson's resume already read like a warning label. He was a lawyer who settled disputes with fists, a general who ignored orders, and a man whose sense of honor could start a war faster than Congress could finish breakfast. The word temper doesn't quite do it justice. Jackson's anger was legendary, a frontier cocktail of pride, paranoia, and gun smoke. His dueling record alone reads like a historical crime sheet. By some counts, Jackson fought over 100 duels, though historians suspect he exaggerated the number for intimidation purposes. The most infamous one came in 1806 against a man named Charles Dickinson, a respected marksman who made the fatal mistake of insulting Jackson's wife. The two met at dawn on a Tennessee field, pistols ready. Dickinson shot first, striking Jackson in the chest. The bullet lodged inches from his heart. Jackson, bleeding but unflinching, calmly took aim and fired back. Dickinson fell dead. And Jackson? He carried that bullet in his body for the rest of his life, a literal piece of lead and rage embedded under his ribs. Doctors said it should have killed him. Jackson said it only made him stronger. The press later joked that he was half man, half musket, but there was nothing funny about how he wore violence as proof of character. In his mind, killing for honor wasn't murder, it was maintenance. When Jackson entered politics, he didn't trade in his pistols for policies. He just found new targets. In Congress, he was known for shouting matches that bordered on fistfights. Once, when another lawmaker insulted his service, Jackson had to be physically restrained from storming across the chamber. Washington society, polite, powdered, and politically correct, didn't know what to do with him. He chewed tobacco, swore freely, and called out opponents by name. He was the first American president to prove that charisma and chaos could win votes. By 1828, when Jackson ran for the presidency, the country was divided between those who saw him as a people's champion and those who saw him as a ticking time bomb. His campaign was a mud-slinging masterpiece. Personal attacks, conspiracy theories, and enough propaganda to wallpaper the Capitol. His opponents called him a brute and his wife a bigamist. Jackson responded by threatening half of Washington with physical violence. When he won, his inauguration turned into what newspapers dubbed the People's Riot. Thousands of supporters stormed the White House, trampling furniture, breaking china, and drinking the president's liquor straight from the bowls. The elegant mansion briefly resembled a frontier tavern. And Jackson? He loved it. For the first time, ordinary Americans had literally taken over the palace of power. He stood on the balcony, watching chaos unfold, grinning like a man who had just declared independence all over again. It was the ultimate Jackson moment, rough, populist, and completely out of control. But behind the legend of Old Hickory was a darker truth. Jackson's toughness wasn't just a personality trait, it was a worldview. He believed loyalty was absolute, enemies were expendable, and mercy was weakness. He carried his grudges like medals. Anyone who crossed him, politically, personally, or accidentally, found themselves steamrolled by what one senator called the Hickory Hurricane. His sense of justice was brutally simple. He was right, and everyone else was lucky to survive the correction. When his opponents questioned his policies, he questioned their patriotism. When they resisted, he used power like a weapon, firing cabinet members, defying courts, and bending Congress to his will. The Constitution to Jackson wasn't sacred scripture, it was a suggestion. The irony? He still saw himself as the people's man, the embodiment of American democracy. In his eyes, the elite were corrupt, the banks were evil, and only a hard-nosed, God-fearing fighter could save the nation from its own greed. He wasn't entirely wrong. The early republic was crawling with backroom deals and political dynasties, but Jackson's solution, to replace them with his own loyalists, wasn't exactly reform. It was the birth of the spoils system, the idea that government jobs were rewards for personal loyalty. Corruption didn't vanish, it just changed uniforms. He brought that same frontier morality to every decision, whether it was economic warfare against the Bank of the United States or military campaigns that blurred the line between national defense and conquest. Jackson didn't see rules, he saw obstacles. And every obstacle in his mind was a personal insult. To his supporters, he was a hero, the self-made man who stood up to privilege. To his critics, he was a tyrant with better branding. But both agreed on one thing. When Andrew Jackson entered a room, history followed and usually limped out afterward. Because Jackson wasn't just a president, he was a phenomenon. The man radiated danger and charisma in equal measure. He turned the presidency from a polite administrative post into a spectacle of power. Every shout, every glare, every barely restrained threat became part of the myth. And America, a young nation still deciding what kind of leader it wanted, couldn't look away. By the time Jackson finished his first term, he had already changed the presidency forever. He proved that rage could be a platform, that populism could bulldoze policy, and that charisma could justify nearly anything, even violence. His brand of leadership would echo for generations, shaping everything from campaign tactics to cable news showdowns. But his story doesn't end there. Because for all his duels and battles, the true legacy of Andrew Jackson isn't just in the bullet lodged under his heart. It's in the blood spilled under his command. The man who survived countless gunfights would go on to orchestrate one of the most brutal acts of forced displacement in American history. And that's where Section 2 takes us. The darker side of Old Hickory. The side where law, power, and morality collided head-on, and America's people's president became the architect of its most infamous crimes. The legend of Andrew Jackson doesn't end with duels and battlefield heroics. That was just the trailer. The full movie begins once he steps into the Oval Office, still carrying that bullet in his chest and a personal vendetta against anyone who thought the word president meant servant. Jackson didn't see himself as a bureaucrat. He saw himself as the living embodiment of the people's will. And if the law disagreed, then the law could step aside. From day one, Jackson treated Washington, D.C. like an enemy camp that had to be conquered. His first target, the Bank of the United States, a financial powerhouse run by elite businessmen who basically decided who could borrow and who couldn't. To Jackson, it was a monster, a corrupt machine that enslaved the working man through debt and privilege. But to economists, it was the only thing keeping the nation's economy from collapsing. Jackson didn't care. He called it a hydra of corruption and swore to kill it. So, in 1832, he vetoed its recharter bill, delivering one of the most dramatic presidential speeches in American history. He accused the bank of bribery, foreign influence, and manipulating elections, basically the 19th century version of calling it the deep state. Then he withdrew all federal funds and redistributed them to state banks run by his political allies. Supporters cheered. Historians now call it the Bank War, a populist crusade that looked righteous in headlines but unleashed economic chaos. Without a national bank, inflation soared, credit vanished, and the economy spiraled into what became the Panic of 1837, one of the first Great Depressions in U.S. history. But in Jackson's mind, victory wasn't about stability. It was about control. He'd rather burn the system down than let anyone else hold the matches. That brand of scorched earth politics would become a recurring theme in American leadership. When in doubt, break it and call it reform. Then came Jackson's most infamous act, the Indian Removal Act of 1830. He sold it as a humane policy, a way to protect native tribes by relocating them west of the Mississippi. In reality, it was ethnic cleansing disguised as paperwork. Jackson's government forcibly displaced more than 60,000 Native Americans from their ancestral lands. Entire nations, Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, were driven from the southeastern states at gunpoint. Thousands died along the way in freezing marches later known as the Trail of Tears. Jackson defended it as destiny, manifest destiny, before the term even existed. They have neither the intelligence, the industry, nor the moral habits of civilized life, he declared. In one chilling letter, he claimed he was acting in kindness. That's the terrifying genius of Jacksonian logic. He could commit an atrocity and call it mercy with a straight face. When the Supreme Court tried to intervene, ruling in Worcester versus Georgia that the Cherokee had legal sovereignty over their land, Jackson allegedly sneered, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." Whether he actually said those words doesn't even matter. The quote stuck because it felt true. Jackson simply ignored the ruling. It was the ultimate presidential crime, defying the highest court in the land and getting away with it. Congress didn't impeach him. The people didn't revolt. The system blinked, and Jackson walked right through it. From that moment on, every president who stretched executive power had a shadow behind them named Andrew Jackson. His defiance didn't stop there. When South Carolina threatened to secede over federal tariffs in the nullification crisis, Jackson suddenly flipped from rebel to authoritarian. The same man who ignored federal law when it suited him now vowed to crush any state that did the same. He prepared troops and declared secession treason. It was the first time in American history a president openly threatened to use the army against his own citizens, a preview of the Civil War decades later. He ended the crisis with a mix of threats and compromise, walking away hailed as a savior of the Union. But the message was clear. Jackson believed in liberty, as long as he was the one defining it. And then there was his temper, a national security risk wrapped in a Southern drawl. In 1835, a would-be assassin tried to shoot him as he left a congressional funeral. The attacker's pistols misfired. both of them. And before anyone could react, the 70-year-old president lunged at the man with his cane, beating him until bystanders pulled him off. The crowd cheered. The newspapers called it divine providence. But behind the applause, Washington whispered what it already knew. Jackson was becoming unpredictable. Even his allies began to fear him. His cabinet members resigned in droves after the Petticoat affair, a social scandal involving the wife of his Secretary of War. Jackson defended her with the same intensity he brought to battlefields, accusing the D.C. elite of hypocrisy and moral tyranny. What began as gossip ended as a political purge. The president's inner circle collapsed, and he replaced it with a secret network of advisors known as the Kitchen Cabinet, a shadow government of loyalists who met informally, bypassing the official chain of command. Transparency vanished. Loyalty became currency. Sound familiar? It should. Jackson invented the back-channel presidency long before Nixon or Trump refined it. For all his bluster, Jackson's health was failing. Ulcers, infections, the ever-present bullet lodged near his heart. But pain didn't slow him. It fed him. Every cough, every scar, every dual wound became proof that he was still tougher than the country he led. His speeches grew darker, his enemies' list longer. When asked about his regrets, Jackson famously said he had only two: that he hadn't shot Henry Clay or hanged John C. Calhoun. Half a joke, half confession. Pure old hickory. By the time he left office in 1837, the nation was broke, divided, and traumatized. Yet his popularity refused to die. Crowds still adored him. Artists still painted him like a frontier deity, and his face eventually landed on the $20 bill, an irony so sharp it cuts through history. The man who despised centralized banking now stares out from America's most circulated currency. Jackson's legacy is a mirror America keeps looking into and refusing to clean. He embodied everything raw and contradictory about the country: courage and cruelty, democracy and domination, justice and vengeance. He proved that power in the right hands can shape nations, and in the wrong hands it can scar them for centuries. Every president since has inherited a little of his DNA. When a leader defies the courts, fires critics, or calls corruption patriotism, that's Jackson whispering from the past. He didn't just expand presidential authority, he made defiance fashionable. His crimes were never tried in court because they were written into policy, buried beneath the flag. So next time someone says they don't make presidents like they used to, remember Andrew Jackson, the dualist, the populist, the president who treated democracy like a duel at dawn and always made sure he fired second. Because in the America he built, it wasn't enough to win the fight. You had to own the story afterward. And no one, not even the bullets lodged in his chest, could take that away from him. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight's story takes us from the smoke of the Civil War to the polished halls of the Gilded Age, where the Union's greatest general traded his sword for a pen, and somehow the pen made more mess than the war ever did. This is the tale of Ulysses S. Grant, the hero of Appomattox, the man who beat Robert E. Lee, and the president who discovered that fighting corruption in Washington was harder than fighting the Confederacy. Grant's journey is the American dream written in gunpowder and whiskey. Born poor in Ohio, quiet and awkward, he wasn't the sort of man anyone predicted would lead armies or nations. His West Point classmates called him Useless Grant. Yet by the end of the Civil War, he was a legend, the man who'd ended 4 years of bloodshed through sheer grit and relentless strategy. Abraham Lincoln trusted him completely. Soldiers idolized him. And when the war ended, the people wanted a savior to lead the peace. They got Grant. And Grant, bless him, believed the country would run on the same values that won the war: loyalty, discipline, and trust. That's the problem. Washington runs on everything but. When he entered the White House in 1869, he was still a soldier at heart. He didn't like politics. He didn't like scheming. He preferred simple loyalty. If you were with him, he was with you. It was noble, patriotic, and, as it turned out, catastrophically naive. Because in the post-war boom of the 1870s, America wasn't just rebuilding, it was cashing in. Railroads, land deals, reconstruction contracts, the whole country was one big opportunity for men who knew how to blur the lines between government service and personal gain. Grant's presidency began with optimism. He wanted to unite the country, support freed slaves, and modernize the economy. But he surrounded himself with old army friends and political allies who treated Washington like a second battlefield. Only this time, the spoils weren't land or honor, they were contracts and cash. Then came the whiskey ring, one of the biggest scandals in 19th century America. On paper, it was simple. Distillers and government officials conspired to cheat the government out of liquor taxes. At the time, whiskey was heavily taxed to fund post-war recovery. But the system was easy to exploit. Corrupt distillers underreported their production, bribed treasury agents to look the other way, and split the profits. It was organized crime with better stationery. The operation spread across multiple states, with its headquarters in St. Louis, a booming city fueled by trade, politics, and bourbon. Millions in tax dollars vanished every year, funneled into private pockets. And here's where things went from crooked to catastrophic. Some of the men involved were close friends and appointees of President Grant himself. When the scheme was finally exposed in 1875, the headlines exploded. "The whiskey ring bubble bursts," cried newspapers from coast to coast. The public was furious. They had voted for a hero, not a host, for hustlers. For a president who'd built his image on honesty, the betrayal hit hard. But Grant's biggest problem wasn't just the corruption, it was his reaction to it. Grant refused to believe his friends were guilty. He was convinced the scandal was a political attack. When his own private secretary, Orville E. Babcock, was indicted as one of the ringleaders, Grant nearly lost it. He defended Babcock fiercely, writing to prosecutors, "Let no guilty man escape, if it can be done without harming the innocent." Sounds noble, right? But what he really meant was, "Don't touch my people unless you're absolutely sure." In reality, Babcock's guilt wasn't just rumor. Letters tied him directly to the fraud. One of his telegrams even used the codename Sylph, his alias within the ring. Yet when Babcock was brought to trial, Grant took the extraordinary step of testifying in his defense. No president had ever done that before. Grant's words carried weight, and his loyalty swayed the jury. Babcock walked free. The public, however, wasn't fooled. They saw what the jury didn't: a president blinded by friendship. Grant's enemies called it whiskey loyalty, a moral intoxication that clouded his judgment. The scandal cost the government millions and shattered his reputation for integrity. It also gave rise to a cruel new nickname, Useless Again. And here's the kicker. The whiskey ring was just one of several corruption storms during Grant's administration. The Credit Mobilier affair, the Indian ring, the Sanborn contracts, each revealed new layers of graft and greed, often among men Grant trusted most. But historians still debate whether Grant himself was corrupt or simply too trusting for the swamp he waded into. What's undeniable is that Grant's loyalty, once his greatest virtue, became his greatest liability. He believed in people the way soldiers believe in comrades: absolute, unconditional, and dangerous in politics. Washington was full of charming men with firm handshakes and empty souls. Grant shook all their hands. By the mid-1870s, satire magazines were depicting the White House as a saloon, barrels of whiskey rolling through the halls, politicians toasting to reform with stolen funds. Grant, meanwhile, was painted as the bartender-in-chief, pouring another round of moral confusion. It wasn't entirely fair. He hadn't stolen a dime. But in politics, guilt is contagious, and proximity is proof. And yet, despite everything, Grant remained beloved by the common people. He was still the man who'd won the war, the quiet hero who'd saved the Union. His military legend was so powerful it could absorb almost any scandal. In a way, that immunity became part of his tragedy. He mistook admiration for absolution. Behind the scenes, the weight of betrayal was breaking him. Friends had used him, advisors had lied, and enemies had outmaneuvered him. His famous stoicism hardened into something else, resignation. "I have been deceived in every man I trusted," he admitted near the end of his presidency. It was a confession not of guilt, but of exhaustion. But Grant's story doesn't end in disgrace. It ends with redemption, or at least an attempt at it. After leaving the White House, he traveled the world, cheered as a hero abroad even as his legacy burned at home. Later, when his investments collapsed and he was left penniless, he began writing his memoirs while dying of throat cancer, racing death to provide for his family. He finished them days before he passed, and the book became one of the greatest works of American literature. In the end, Grant found a truth older than politics. In battle, you can win through force. In power, you only win through character. And Washington, for all its marble monuments, is built on the bones of men who learned that too late. The whiskey ring wasn't just a scandal, it was a mirror held up to a nation drunk on ambition and gold. Grant's name would forever carry the scent of both victory and whiskey, proof that even heroes can stumble when the bottles are labelled loyalty and trust. The year is 1875, and the air in Washington smells like cigar smoke, ink, and scandal. The whiskey ring has detonated like a political cannonball, splattering everyone within reach. Treasury agents are being dragged into courtrooms, reporters are digging through telegrams and whiskey ledgers like archaeologists of corruption. And in the middle of it all sits President Ulysses S. Grant, the man who led the Union to victory, now trapped in a different kind of war, one he can't win with bayonets or bravery. Grant's reaction to the scandal was the stuff of Shakespearean tragedy, half loyalty, half stubbornness. He wasn't guilty, but he couldn't believe those closest to him were. When evidence mounted against his private secretary, Orville Babcock, Grant's instinct was to close ranks. He told aides, "Let no guilty man escape, but let no innocent man suffer." It sounded noble on paper. In practice, it meant the president personally intervened to shield his friend from prosecution. The problem was, the whiskey ring was massive. Dozens of government officials, distillers, and revenue agents working together across several states. It wasn't one bad apple. It was a full distillery. When the investigation reached Babcock, Grant's Justice Department tried to play fair, but the president's presence hovered over every hearing. Letters from the White House were entered into evidence. The defense invoked Grant's name like a shield. When he testified in Babcock's favor, the courtroom froze. A sitting U.S. president had never done such a thing. The jury acquitted Babcock, but the public convicted them both. The press tore into Grant like never before. Editorials compared the whiskey ring to treason against the taxpayer. Cartoonists drew Grant pouring whiskey into the Treasury vault while the nation's coffers leaked like a sieve. Newspapers that had once printed his wartime victories now called him General of Graft. He was wounded by it all, not physically, but emotionally, the way only a man raised on honor could be. He told friends, "The people will not believe I am honest." And yet, he still defended those who had betrayed him. Behind the scenes, reformers begged him to fire corrupt officials, to make examples of them. But Grant clung to loyalty the way a soldier clings to his regiment. He'd seen too much betrayal in war to believe it could happen in peace. That instinct, noble as it was, became political poison. Each time he defended a friend, the opposition shouted cover-up. Each resignation looked like an admission of guilt. The phrase Grantism entered the American vocabulary, shorthand for corruption cloaked in patriotism. But let's be clear, Grant didn't profit from a single dollar of the whiskey ring. He wasn't a crook. He was a commander out of his element. The battlefield rewarded trust. Washington rewarded suspicion. He was a man of action in a city built on whispers. While politicians schemed in smoke-filled rooms, Grant still believed honesty would speak for itself. History would eventually vindicate his character, but in 1875 the headlines had already written the verdict. The scandal spread like wildfire through every level of government. Treasury Secretary Benjamin Bristow, one of the few reformers in the administration, tried to clean house, launching raids and arrests that netted over 200 convictions. Bristow's crusade made him a national hero, but it also made him Grant's enemy. The president saw him not as a reformer, but as a grandstander. The two men stopped speaking. Bristow later resigned, exhausted, muttering that Washington rewards silence and punishes virtue. Meanwhile, public trust in government evaporated. The Civil War had been fought over ideals, union, liberty, equality, and now those ideals were being drowned in barrels of whiskey and greed. For the first time, Americans began to see the presidency not as a sacred office, but as a human one, fallible, flawed, and dangerously susceptible to temptation. And yet, Grant endured. He finished his term battered but unbroken. When his successor, Rutherford B. Hayes, took office promising reform, he was really promising a cleanup job for the wreckage Grant left behind. But even as the newspapers buried his reputation, something remarkable began to happen. Ordinary Americans, veterans, farmers, laborers, still loved him. They saw in Grant not a crook, but a man betrayed by those who used his good name for bad business. To them, he wasn't the cause of corruption. He was its victim. Grant retreated from public life quietly. He traveled, wrote, and tried to outrun the ghosts of his presidency. But Washington's scandals have long memories. Wherever he went, the whispers followed. The hero who couldn't control his men. The president who drowned in whiskey without taking a drink. In 1884, nearly a decade after leaving office, Grant's final act began. Struck by throat cancer and bankrupt after a bad business partnership, he turned to writing his memoirs, the story of a soldier, not a politician. He wrote until his voice failed, then wrote more. The manuscript, completed days before his death, became a literary masterpiece, saving his family from poverty and salvaging his honor in the eyes of history. The same steady hand that once signed battle orders now signed his redemption. Looking back, the whiskey ring feels less like a single scandal and more like a cautionary tale. The moment America realized that integrity isn't contagious, but corruption is. Grant's White House didn't invent political crime. It merely exposed how easily idealism can be outmaneuvered by greed. His presidency forced the nation to ask a question it's still asking. Can a good man survive a bad system? Grant proved that heroism on the battlefield doesn't guarantee wisdom in politics. He was honest, brave, and tragically loyal. Virtues that crumble in a city where loyalty is currency and honesty is leverage. His story marked a turning point. The rise of investigative journalism, the demand for transparency, the birth of political skepticism. After Grant, Americans no longer assumed their leaders were clean. They demanded proof. And yet, there's a quiet dignity in how Grant faced it all. He never blamed others publicly, never lashed out at the press, never rewrote his own story. In an age of denial, he chose endurance. The same stoic silence that once unnerved Confederate generals now unnerved politicians. He carried his wounds, literal and political, without excuse. So when we look at the long line of presidents with scandals attached to their names, from Watergate to modern times, Grant stands apart. Not because he was innocent, but because his crime was almost innocent, believing too much in the goodness of men. In the rough ledger of history, that makes him both victim and cautionary tale. The whiskey ring eventually faded into textbooks, but its echo remains every time a leader says, "I didn't know." Grant didn't know, and that was the problem. He showed America that ignorance isn't a defense when power demands vigilance. In the end, the man who conquered the Confederacy lost a quieter war against the moral rot of politics. But his fall taught future presidents how fragile public trust really is, and how quickly the cheers of victory can turn into the silence of suspicion. Ulysses S. Grant, the soldier who never flinched from cannon fire, was undone not by bullets, but by belief. His enemies couldn't defeat him, his friends did. And in that irony lies one of America's oldest truths. Every president promises honesty until honesty collides with loyalty. And when it does, history always keeps the receipts. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we're taking a trip into the Jazz Age, a world of flappers, bootleg whiskey, and presidents who smiled like movie stars while the country danced on a volcano. Our focus: Warren G. Harding, the 29th President of the United States. A man whose good looks and easy charm won him the White House, and whose inability to say no nearly broke the nation's faith in it. Harding wasn't a villain in the classic sense. He wasn't cruel, cunning, or power-mad. He was something more dangerous for a president: agreeable. He wanted everyone to like him, and in Washington, that's like bleeding in shark water. Before the presidency, Harding was a newspaper publisher from Ohio, a small-town success story with a baritone voice and a perfect hairline. He looked presidential in a way that made voters feel safe, and after the chaos of World War I, that's exactly what they wanted: a calm, friendly face promising a return to normalcy. And that phrase, return to normalcy, became his brand. No more wars, no more global drama, just prosperity, business, and good times. But Harding's version of normalcy turned out to be normal corruption, normal greed, and normal scandal. Because while the Roaring Twenties shimmered on the surface, the White House below deck was turning into a floating poker den run by opportunists in three-piece suits. When Harding took office in 1921, he filled his cabinet with old friends, political donors, and loyal cronies from his days in Ohio. A group so infamous they earned the nickname the Ohio Gang. Their motto might as well have been, "To the victors go the spoils," and the oil leases. These were men who saw public service as an open bar. They weren't here to govern. They were here to cash in. Harding's Secretary of the Interior, Albert B. Fall, was the ringmaster. A rugged Westerner with a walrus mustache and a talent for secrecy, Fall saw an opportunity in the government's naval oil reserves, massive underground fields in places like Elk Hills, California, and Teapot Dome, Wyoming. These reserves were meant for emergencies, fuel for the Navy in times of war, but Fall had a different idea. Why let oil sit underground when it could fill pockets above it? Without congressional approval, Fall secretly leased these oil fields to private companies, most notably Mammoth Oil, owned by tycoon Harry F. Sinclair, and Pan American Petroleum, led by Edward L. Doheny. In return, Fall received gifts that were less like thank you cards and more like bribes dressed in tuxedos. We're talking cash stuffed in envelopes, zero-interest loans, and even livestock. One rancher literally sent him cattle as a down payment on corruption. For a while, the scheme went unnoticed. Harding was too busy hosting poker nights in the White House, where bootleg liquor flowed freely despite prohibition. Reporters joked that Harding's cabinet meetings had higher proof than his policy briefings. He wasn't an evil man, he was just spectacularly careless. He once said, "I have no trouble with my enemies. I can take care of my enemies, but my damn friends, they're the ones that keep me walking the floor at nights." He had no idea how prophetic that line would become. Harding loved company, gamblers, journalists, socialites, and anyone who could make him laugh. His presidency was a revolving door of parties and whispered deals. He had an eye for women too, and Washington knew it. One affair, with a woman named Nan Britton, produced a child that Harding never publicly acknowledged. Another lover, Carrie Phillips, was allegedly blackmailing him during his campaign, threatening to reveal letters that could ruin him. Harding paid her off, a move that foreshadowed his administration's entire philosophy. If you can't fix it, fund it quietly. But even Harding's legendary charm couldn't hide the storm building behind the scenes. In 1922, investigative journalists started asking questions about those mysterious oil leases in Wyoming and California. Why were private companies suddenly drilling on government land without competitive bids? And why was Secretary Fall suddenly living like an oil baron? The answer broke in 1923. The Teapot Dome scandal, the biggest government corruption case in American history up to that point. When reporters followed the paper trail, they found over $400,000, more than $7 million in today's money, had been loaned or gifted to Fall by the oil tycoons who got the leases. The evidence was irrefutable. He'd sold the nation's energy reserves to private interests for personal profit. The press went nuclear. The phrase Teapot Dome became synonymous with corruption, shouted from every headline. Congress launched investigations, subpoenas flew, and suddenly the easygoing president who promised normalcy was presiding over chaos. Harding's reaction was heartbreakingly human. He was shocked. He couldn't believe his friends would betray him. "I can take care of my enemies," he repeated. "But my friends, my God, they're the ones who've ruined me." He wasn't wrong. His trust had been weaponized against him. In the summer of 1923, Harding set off on a cross-country voyage of understanding, a PR tour meant to reconnect with the American people and calm the storm. He smiled, waved, and gave cheerful speeches, but inside he was collapsing. The stress was crushing him. His health deteriorated rapidly. In August, while resting at a hotel in San Francisco, Warren G. Harding died suddenly of a heart attack at age 57. The nation mourned him as a fallen hero, kind, gentle, misunderstood. But when investigators dug deeper after his death, the full scale of the rot became undeniable. The Teapot Dome scandal exploded. Albert Fall was convicted of bribery, the first cabinet official in U.S. history to go to prison. Several others from the Ohio gang followed. Harding's name, once golden, became political poison. He never lived to see his reputation unravel. And maybe that was mercy. History, however, had no mercy to give. In the years that followed, Warren G. Harding was remembered not as the friendly face of normalcy, but as the man who opened the White House doors to corruption and called it good company. But the story doesn't end there, because what came next, after his death, would prove that the Teapot Dome scandal wasn't just about oil. It was about something older and darker, the irresistible pull of greed, the illusion of loyalty, and the price of pretending that politics can ever be just normal. When the news finally broke, it didn't just shake Washington. It rocked the foundation of American faith in government. The headlines screamed of oil, bribes, and betrayal. The Teapot Dome scandal wasn't just another political misstep. It was the first time the American public saw their leaders behave like gangsters in three-piece suits. And at the center of it all was a dead president whose easy grin had turned into a ghostly symbol of naivete. Congress smelled blood. The Senate launched a full-scale investigation, and what began as a polite inquiry into irregular leases quickly turned into a circus of subpoenas, confessions, and shredded paper trails. The country learned that Secretary of the Interior Albert B. Fall had secretly transferred control of the Navy's oil reserves to his department, bypassed competitive bidding, and handed them off to private oil barons, all while pocketing bribes disguised as loans. Fall's defense was almost laughable. He claimed he'd been acting in the nation's best interest, ensuring that America's strategic oil supply was developed efficiently. But efficiency didn't explain the $100,000 cash loan he received in a black briefcase or the luxury ranch he suddenly acquired in New Mexico. And here's the irony. The scandal was named after Teapot Dome, Wyoming, but the real oil was in California. The name stuck because it sounded innocent enough to print on front pages next to whiskey ads and jazz reviews. It became shorthand for government greed, a two-word punchline for corruption. While the Senate grilled Fall, other members of Harding's Ohio gang were busy self-destructing. The Attorney General, Harry Daugherty, was accused of selling pardons and blocking investigations. Harding's friend and Veterans Bureau head, Charles Forbes, had looted the Bureau's budget, stealing millions meant for wounded soldiers. When confronted, Forbes fled the country, was caught, and eventually went to prison. It was a feeding frenzy of scandal so large it made Grant's whiskey ring look like a petty tavern tab. Back in Washington, the press turned the whole affair into a national obsession. Editorial cartoons showed oil wells gushing money into the Capitol dome. Journalists followed the story like bloodhounds, their pens dripping with sarcasm and outrage. It was the birth of a new kind of journalism, aggressive, investigative, and unrelenting. For the first time, reporters weren't just covering politics, they were policing it, and the American people loved it. The Roaring Twenties were supposed to be an age of optimism and jazz, not bribery and blackmail. But Teapot Dome confirmed what many suspected, that the post-war promise of prosperity was built on the same greed and moral shortcuts that had fueled the Gilded Age. Harding's presidency, meant to restore trust, had instead exposed how fragile it really was. The Senate investigation dragged on for years, long after Harding's death. Witnesses wept, denied, or disappeared. Albert Fall, once a respected senator himself, tried to bluff his way through testimony, insisting that the loans from oilman Harry Sinclair and Edward Doheny were merely friendly gestures. But the paper trail didn't lie. In 1929, after years of legal wrangling, Fall became the first former cabinet member convicted and imprisoned for crimes committed in office. He served a year in prison, a mild sentence for a man who'd sold national resources for personal gain. Sinclair and Doheny faced their own trials. Sinclair was convicted of jury tampering and served 6 months. Doheny was acquitted, largely because he had technically loaned the money to Fall rather than handing it over as a direct bribe. But the public saw through it all. The verdicts didn't erase the stench of corruption, they amplified it. The message was clear. The system might bend, but it would no longer break in silence. Meanwhile, historians began revisiting Harding's legacy. What emerged was a portrait of a man too kind for his own good. A president who confused charm with control, friendship with governance. His poker nights, his secret affairs, his fondness for backroom deals, all painted a picture of a leader who treated the White House like a social club. And while he never personally took a bribe, his presidency was the perfect breeding ground for those who did. Harding's widow, Florence Harding, fiercely guarded his image after his death. She destroyed many of his personal papers, including letters that might have revealed more about his involvement or knowledge of the scandals. Some historians suspect she was protecting his reputation, others think she was protecting herself. Either way, the fire she lit in the White House hearth erased a trail that might have rewritten history. Decades later, more skeletons would tumble out of Harding's closet, quite literally. His mistress, Nan Britton, published a tell-all book titled The President's Daughter, revealing that Harding had fathered her child in secret and conducted their affair in White House closets and even the Oval Office itself. At the time, America refused to believe her. It took DNA testing in 2015 to prove she was telling the truth all along. So, what does all this mean in the bigger picture of presidential history? Harding wasn't a crook in the way Nixon would later be. He didn't plot or scheme, he simply failed to guard the door. His presidency proved that corruption doesn't always wear a villain's face. Sometimes it smiles, shakes hands, and pours another drink. Harding's great sin was neglect, the sin of a leader who trusted too easily in a city built on deceit. The Teapot Dome scandal changed Washington forever. It prompted stricter oversight, reinforced the power of congressional investigation, and inspired future reforms like the Ethics in Government Act. It also left a permanent scar on the public's faith in the presidency. Americans learned that even the highest office in the land wasn't immune to greed, that the White House could be both symbol and stage for human weakness. By the time Harding's successors, Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover, took the reins, the phrase Teapot Dome had entered the American lexicon as a warning label. Every new administration swore to be more transparent, more honest, more ethical. But history has a sense of humor, because the same promises echo from podiums to this day, and scandals still find their way into the headlines like clockwork. Warren G. Harding wanted a return to normalcy, and in a way, he got it, because corruption in Washington has always been America's most consistent normal. His presidency was a cautionary tale dressed in a tuxedo, proof that charm without vigilance is an engraved invitation to disaster. And maybe that's the enduring irony of Harding's story. He wasn't an evil man. He was an ordinary one, elevated to extraordinary power in an age of temptation. His smile sold hope. His friendships sold America's oil. And when the smoke cleared, the only thing left untarnished was the lesson. When power forgets to watch itself, someone else always will. Section 1. The Rise, the Paranoia, and the Bug in the Room. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're entering the 1970s, an age of bell-bottoms, Cold War tension, and one president whose name would become a synonym for scandal itself, Richard Milhous Nixon. This isn't just a story about politics, it's a psychological thriller about paranoia, power, and the moment America learned that even the Oval Office had walls thin enough for a wiretap. Before he was a disgraced president pacing the halls of the White House, Nixon was the underdog who refused to lose. Born in a small California town, raised in poverty and hardened by rejection, Nixon built his career on discipline, resentment, and a near-pathological need to prove himself. While other politicians smiled for the cameras, Nixon calculated angles. He didn't crave admiration, he craved control. His early career was built on grit and controversy. As a young congressman in the late 1940s, he made his name chasing communists through the halls of Washington, most famously exposing Alger Hiss, a suspected Soviet spy. It turned him into a national hero for the anti-red crowd and a villain for liberals. By his mid-30s, he was already vice president under Dwight D. Eisenhower, the war hero turned president. But even then, Nixon was the uneasy shadow beside the spotlight, respected, never loved. And that's the tragedy of Richard Nixon. He wanted love, but settled for loyalty. By the time he finally won the presidency in 1968, America was on fire. Vietnam, civil rights protests, assassinations. Nixon promised order. He called himself the voice of the silent majority, the calm in the chaos. It worked. He swept into office as the man who could restore stability, the same pitch Harding used half a century earlier. But underneath the promise of peace was a growing storm inside Nixon's head. See, Nixon didn't trust anyone. Not the press, not Congress, not his own staff. He'd been burned too many times by political rivals, by journalists, even by history itself. He believed everyone was plotting against him, so he plotted first. "I don't give a damn what the law is," he once told his aides. "I want to win." His presidency began with triumphs, ending U.S. involvement in Vietnam, opening relations with China, signing environmental protections. He was smart, strategic, and sometimes even visionary. But the smarter he got, the more suspicious he became. Each victory only deepened his fear that someone would take it away. So Nixon built a fortress, not of bricks, but of secrets. The White House under his command became a bunker of surveillance, loyalty tests, and whispered conversations. He surrounded himself with a tight inner circle, men like H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and John Mitchell, all fiercely loyal, all willing to do whatever it took to protect the boss. They called themselves the President's Men. Washington called them something else, dangerous. Nixon's paranoia birthed what he called the Plumbers, a covert White House unit formed to stop leaks of classified information. It started small, finding the source of the Pentagon Papers leak that exposed the government's lies about Vietnam, but soon expanded into illegal surveillance, wiretapping journalists and sabotaging political opponents. The line between national security and personal insecurity disappeared completely. By 1972, Nixon was running for re-election. He didn't need to cheat. His approval ratings were sky high. But paranoia doesn't care about polls. It whispers, what if? What if your enemies are planning something bigger? What if the press is about to destroy you again? What if history forgets your victories and only remembers your flaws? Those questions led to the night of June 17, 1972, when 5 men were caught breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters inside the Watergate office complex in Washington, D.C. At first, it looked like a random burglary, but the items they carried, cameras, wiretaps, bundles of $100 bills, told another story. Within days, the FBI traced the burglars' cash to a fund controlled by the Committee to Re-elect the President, known by its ironic acronym CREEP. When Nixon heard the news, his instinct wasn't to deny, it was to cover. "Play it down," he told his aides. "Stonewall it." He thought he could contain it. After all, this was Washington. Scandals came and went like seasons. But this one stuck, and it stuck because Nixon couldn't stop talking about it. Behind closed doors, the president's fear turned into obsession. Every meeting, every conversation seemed to circle back to Watergate. He wanted to know who was leaking, who was loyal, and who might betray him next. To control the narrative, he demanded information, every memo, every rumor, every whisper. His aides scrambled to obey. But the tighter Nixon gripped the truth, the more it slipped through his fingers. And then came the fatal mistake, the thing that turned a scandal into a national nightmare. He recorded everything. In an act of hubris or paranoia, or both, Nixon had ordered an automatic taping system installed in the Oval Office. Every conversation, every confession, every whispered scheme was preserved on magnetic tape. He claimed it was for accuracy, a historical record of his administration. But when the Watergate investigation began, those tapes became evidence. The smoking gun wasn't a weapon, it was a reel-to-reel machine quietly spinning in the background while the president plotted his own undoing. As the months dragged on, the press refused to let go. Two young reporters from the Washington Post, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, followed the money trail with surgical precision, guided by their mysterious informant, Deep Throat. Their stories exposed a web of lies that stretched from the burglars to the Oval Office itself. Nixon called it a witch hunt. Sound familiar? But this time, the witches had receipts. The Senate formed a committee to investigate, and the hearings became must-watch television. America sat glued to their screens as former Nixon aides testified about hush money, illegal wiretaps, and the president's obsession with enemies lists. One aide famously described Nixon's White House as a machine built to destroy opposition. For the first time in U.S. history, citizens saw the dark machinery of power laid bare, and it looked nothing like patriotism. Nixon still thought he could survive. Presidents before him had weathered scandals. Harding had died before his exploded. Grant had shrugged his off, and Jefferson's were buried under marble. But Nixon wasn't that lucky, because his crimes came with sound bites. As the investigation closed in, subpoenas demanded the release of his tapes. Nixon refused, citing executive privilege. It was his final defense and his last mistake. Because what was on those tapes would soon shake the world, topple a presidency, and redefine the word Watergate from a building into a warning. By 1973, the smell of Watergate had spread from Washington's back rooms to America's living rooms. What began as a botched burglary had mutated into something much darker, a portrait of power gone feral. Every day brought new revelations, new resignations, and a new layer of tape unraveling from Nixon's secret archive. It wasn't politics anymore. It was a national reckoning being broadcast in prime time. When the Senate Watergate Committee convened its hearings, America tuned in like it was the Super Bowl of sin. Millions of viewers sat transfixed as witnesses described an Oval Office that operated less like a government and more like a crime family. The language was cinematic: hush money, dirty tricks, cover-up. Each phrase hit like a drumbeat. Former White House counsel John Dean delivered the line that changed history. "There is a cancer on the presidency." It wasn't metaphorical. It was diagnosis. Behind the scenes, Nixon raged. He saw betrayal everywhere, in the media, in Congress, even among his own staff. One by one, his closest aides were indicted, flipped, or forced to resign. The president's men, who had once sworn to protect him, now became witnesses against him. Nixon told his secretary, "I'm not a crook." But even he knew that in politics, denial sounds like confession if you say it often enough. Then came the fight for the tapes, those reels of sound that could either vindicate him or destroy him. The special prosecutor, Archibald Cox, demanded them. Nixon refused, citing executive privilege, the same shield every embattled president reaches for when the truth gets too close. When Cox wouldn't back down, Nixon ordered the Attorney General to fire him. Both the Attorney General and his deputy resigned in protest. The event became known as the Saturday Night Massacre, 3 resignations in one night, a constitutional crisis in real time. The public reaction was nuclear. Overnight, Nixon went from embattled to endangered. Poll numbers cratered. Protesters filled the streets chanting, "What did the president know, and when did he know it?" Congress began drafting articles of impeachment. The walls were closing in, and inside the Oval Office, the tape reels kept spinning, the hum of self-destruction on magnetic film. When the Supreme Court finally ruled that Nixon must release the tapes, the outcome was inevitable. Among the recordings was the smoking gun tape, a conversation proving Nixon had ordered the CIA to block the FBI's Watergate investigation just days after the break-in. It was the missing piece, the hard evidence that turned speculation into certainty. In that moment, Nixon's defense collapsed. The President of the United States had obstructed justice. On August 8, 1974, Richard Nixon appeared on national television. His face, once hardened with defiance, looked pale and hollow. "I have never been a quitter," he said, voice trembling, "but to leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body." Then he paused, the longest pause in American political history, and added, "But as president, I must put the interests of America first." The next morning, Nixon became the first U.S. president to resign. He walked across the South Lawn, gave a stiff wave, and boarded Marine One as the helicopter blades whipped the air. His family stood by in silence. The engines roared, and for the first time, the White House was literally seen receding in the rear view of power. The image burned itself into the nation's memory, the end of one era and the uneasy beginning of another. Vice President Gerald Ford took the oath of office hours later and spoke the words that defined the moment. "Our long national nightmare is over." But for many Americans, it wasn't over. It had only just begun. The Watergate scandal had peeled back the veneer of presidential authority, revealing something raw and unsettling underneath. The idea that even the leader of the free world could break the law and try to bury the evidence. In the aftermath, reforms came fast and furious. Congress passed new laws to limit campaign contributions, strengthen freedom of information, and restrict presidential power. Investigative journalism became the new national religion, and reporters were no longer deferential scribes. They were watchdogs. Every future president would live under the shadow of Watergate, their phone calls, finances, and friendships scrutinized for echoes of Nixon's paranoia. But beyond the laws and lessons, Watergate changed something deeper, the American psyche. Before Nixon, citizens might have distrusted politicians, but they believed the office itself carried integrity. After Nixon, that faith was fractured. Trust became a campaign slogan instead of an assumption. The presidency, once sacred, became just another seat in a system that now seemed human, flawed, fallible, and frighteningly familiar. In exile at his California estate, La Casa Pacifica, Nixon tried to rewrite his story. He gave interviews, wrote books, and even offered advice to future presidents. He never admitted guilt, only mistakes in judgment. In time, he clawed back a measure of respect as an elder statesman on foreign policy. But the stain never lifted. Even as he shook hands with successors and smiled for the cameras, you could see the weight in his eyes. The look of a man who had won everything and lost the only thing that matters in politics: belief. Historians still argue about Nixon. Some call him a brilliant strategist undone by insecurity. Others say he was a crook who finally got caught. The truth, as always, lives in the messy middle. Nixon's downfall wasn't born in the Watergate break-in. It was born in his need to control every outcome, to erase every doubt. His presidency was a mirror reflecting America's own contradictions: ambition and anxiety, greatness and guilt, freedom and fear. Watergate didn't just end a presidency, it began a new political era defined by skepticism. Every scandal since, Iran-Contra, Lewinsky, Enron, even the modern ones splashed across social media, carries Nixon's fingerprints. When a leader lies, when an aide resigns, when the cameras flash outside a courthouse, the ghost of Watergate hums quietly in the background, whispering the same reminder: power recorded is power lost. In the end, Richard Nixon didn't fall because he broke the law. He fell because he broke the illusion that presidents are above it. And once that illusion shattered, America could never see its leaders the same way again. He wanted to be remembered for opening China, ending a war, reshaping the world stage. Instead, his name became a suffix -gate-, forever attached to scandal. From Teapot Dome to Watergate, the American presidency had completed its transformation from a pedestal of virtue to a cautionary tale of temptation. And as Marine One faded into the distance that August morning, the echo of Nixon's words hung over the nation like an epitaph: "I am not a crook." He wasn't the first president to lie, but he was the first to get caught on tape. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight we're turning the clock to the neon glow of the 1990s, the age of pages, pop culture, and political charisma. And no one embodied that decade's contradictions more perfectly than Bill Clinton, the 42nd President of the United States, a man whose charm could fill a room, whose intellect dazzled even his critics, and whose moral compass occasionally spun like a ceiling fan in a heatwave. This is the story of how one of America's most brilliant politicians became the center of a scandal so explosive it nearly rewrote the Constitution. A story of power, temptation, and the very human flaw that topples empires, thinking you can get away with it. Before he was president, Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, young, charismatic, and ambitious enough to make the old political machine nervous. His handshake lingered just long enough to make you feel seen. His speeches rolled like gospel sermons, and his grin, that famous Clinton grin, could disarm a room faster than policy ever could. He was the comeback kid, the man who rose from a broken family in Hope, Arkansas, to the highest office in the land. By the time he hit the campaign trail in 1992, America was ready for a new kind of leader, young, energetic, unafraid to play the saxophone on late-night TV. He wasn't stiff and scripted like the politicians before him. He was relatable, flawed, and human. That authenticity, whether real or rehearsed, worked. Bill Clinton became president at 46, the third youngest in US history, promising a bridge to the 21st century. And at first, it seemed like he was building it. The economy surged, unemployment dropped, technology boomed, and the Cold War was officially over. For a moment, America was at peace, and prosperity had a Southern accent. But beneath the applause and optimism, the seeds of scandal were already taking root, because Bill Clinton, for all his political genius, had one weakness. Bill Clinton. He had a history of rumors that trailed him like cigarette smoke. Even during the 1992 campaign, allegations of womanizing and infidelity threatened to derail his run. He and his wife, Hillary Clinton, faced the press side by side, denying accusations and promising transparency. "I have caused pain in my marriage," Clinton admitted in one interview, a carefully chosen phrase that said everything and nothing at once. But in Washington, whispers never die. By his second term, Clinton's presidency was riding high, yet his private life was balancing on a knife's edge. That's when a name entered American history that no one would ever forget: Monica Lewinsky. Monica was a 22-year-old White House intern, bright, enthusiastic, and starstruck by the charisma of the most powerful man in the world. Clinton, at 49, was flattered by her attention. Their encounters began as flirtation, then crossed the invisible line that separates curiosity from catastrophe. What followed was not just an affair. It was an implosion waiting for an audience. In an age before smartphones or viral leaks, their relationship still managed to leave a digital trail. Handwritten notes, phone calls, and yes, the now infamous blue dress that would one day become Exhibit A in a national scandal. It was reckless, intimate, and ultimately political dynamite. But here's the twist. The story might have remained buried if not for another controversy: the Paula Jones lawsuit. Jones, a former Arkansas state employee, accused Clinton of sexual harassment stemming from his time as governor. As her lawyers dug deeper, they uncovered rumors of other women. And that's when Lewinsky's name surfaced. When investigators subpoenaed her, everything began to unravel. Enter Linda Tripp, a co-worker and confidant who secretly recorded conversations with Lewinsky about her relationship with the president. Those tapes landed on the desk of independent counsel Kenneth Starr, who had already been investigating unrelated accusations of financial misconduct in a case known as Whitewater. Suddenly, his investigation took a sharp turn, from real estate to romance, from policy to passion. Starr's team subpoenaed witnesses, seized evidence, and built a case that blurred the line between courtroom drama and tabloid frenzy. The White House went into lockdown mode. Clinton's advisors begged him to come clean. But like Nixon before him, Clinton believed he could out-talk the truth. So he did what every doomed politician eventually does. He lied on camera. At a nationally televised press conference on January 26, 1998, Clinton looked straight into the lens and declared, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky." The room went still. For a brief moment, it worked. His approval ratings even rose. America wanted to believe him because believing him meant believing in the illusion of integrity. But lies have expiration dates, and Clinton's was already ticking. Over the next months, as evidence piled up, denial turned into defense and defense into desperation. The White House became a fortress of spin doctors. Every word was measured, every statement polished. But when the DNA evidence from Lewinsky's blue dress confirmed the affair, the dam broke. Clinton had boxed himself in, not by the act, but by the lie. The news cycle exploded. Late-night hosts feasted. The phrase "sexual relations" became the punchline of a nation. Historians called it a moral crisis. Comedians called it job security. For weeks, the most powerful man on earth was reduced to a headline about an intern and a stain. But here's what made the Clinton scandal different. The economy was thriving, foreign policy was stable, and the public didn't want to see him go. To many Americans, the affair was personal, not political, a private mistake, not a public betrayal. But Congress saw it differently. The question wasn't morality anymore, it was perjury. When a president lies under oath, it's not just scandal, it's a constitutional problem. And that's where Section 2 begins: the impeachment trial, the Senate showdown, and the cultural earthquake that redefined what it means to commit a high crime in the modern presidency. Because if Watergate taught America to fear corruption, the Clinton era taught it something new: how to confuse sin with crime, and how far a president could fall without actually falling at all. By the fall of 1998, Washington wasn't just divided, it was obsessed. The Lewinsky scandal had grown from rumor to investigation to national fixation. Cable news played it on loop. Late-night monologues turned the Oval Office into a punchline, and in the middle of it all stood Bill Clinton, still smiling, still deflecting, and still convinced he could talk his way out of history's judgment. When independent counsel Kenneth Starr released his findings, known as the Starr Report, it landed like a bombshell. 445 pages of intimate details, timelines, and explicit evidence describing what had happened between the president and the intern. The report was raw, clinical, and embarrassing, the kind of document no nation expects to read about its leader. For days, Washington couldn't look away. For weeks, late-night comedians didn't take a night off. Clinton's denial had officially collapsed. After months of evasion, he finally addressed the nation in a somber, televised speech. Gone was the charisma, the grin, the easy confidence. Instead, the president looked tired, cornered, and angry at himself. "Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate," he said. The words hung in the air, heavy, final, and unmistakably human. But even in confession, Clinton couldn't resist the spin. He framed the affair as a private failing, not a public crime. "It was wrong," he said, "but it did not amount to perjury or obstruction of justice." To his critics, it was too little, too late. To his supporters, it was enough to forgive. America split neatly in half: moral outrage on one side, pragmatic tolerance on the other. Congress, however, wasn't in a forgiving mood. In December 1998, the House of Representatives voted to impeach Bill Clinton on 2 charges: perjury and obstruction of justice. It was only the second time in U.S. history that a sitting president had been impeached. The articles of impeachment read like a mix between legal indictment and political theater. Republicans called it a matter of integrity. Democrats called it a partisan witch hunt. The truth, as always, lived somewhere in between, inside the uneasy intersection of law, morality, and politics. The Senate trial began in January 1999. For weeks, the nation watched as senators turned into jurors and history took notes. The evidence was undeniable. Clinton had lied under oath about his relationship with Lewinsky, but the question wasn't just what he did, it was whether that mistake rose to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. Could a personal sin really qualify as a constitutional offense? The answer, as it turned out, depended on who you asked. The prosecution argued that perjury by the president, any perjury, eroded the rule of law itself. If the president can lie under oath and keep his office, one congressman said, then no one is accountable. The defense countered that the affair, while shameful, had nothing to do with the nation's security or its governance. They warned that removing Clinton over a private indiscretion would set a dangerous precedent, turning impeachment into a political weapon rather than a constitutional safeguard. When the votes finally came in, the outcome was clear. Clinton was acquitted on both charges. The Senate fell far short of the 2/3 majority needed to remove him from office. The man who'd walked into the White House as America's golden boy and nearly walked out in disgrace had done the impossible. he'd survived. Public opinion had carried him through. Despite the scandal, despite the evidence, Clinton's approval ratings hovered around 70%. The economy was booming, jobs were plentiful, and most Americans seemed more interested in their 401ks than the Oval Office's extracurriculars. To them, the president's personal life was just that, personal. Congress, on the other hand, paid the price. In the 1998 midterms, voters punished Republicans for pushing impeachment too far. The message was clear. The American people would tolerate moral failure more easily than political overreach. But survival came at a cost. Clinton's credibility was shattered. His moral authority evaporated. For the rest of his presidency, every speech, every policy, every handshake was shadowed by one question. Did he lie about this too? He'd saved his job, but he'd lost his innocence. And in politics, that's a currency you never get back. When Clinton left office in January 2001, he did so with both triumph and tarnish. His administration had balanced the budget, overseen an era of peace and prosperity, and left the nation wealthier than it had been in decades. Yet the name Clinton had become a cultural Rorschach test. For some, a symbol of resilience, for others, a synonym for deceit. The fallout of the scandal reached far beyond the 1990s. It reshaped the media, redefining how personal behavior intersects with public power. Cable news, once content with policy debates, now thrived on scandal coverage. Every rumor became breaking news. Every whisper became a headline. In a sense, the Lewinsky affair birthed the 24-hour outrage cycle, the endless loop of gossip, opinion, and spectacle that still defines modern politics. For Monica Lewinsky herself, the cost was devastating. She became a public punching bag, vilified by tabloids, mocked by comedians, and treated as a symbol rather than a person. In later years, she reclaimed her voice, calling herself patient zero of internet shaming. Her story became a lesson in how society devours the vulnerable to protect the powerful. Clinton, for his part, reinvented himself as a global statesman, philanthropist, and political mentor. But history never quite let him off the hook. Every new scandal that rocked Washington, from sex scandals to abuse of power allegations, carried echoes of Clinton's trial. Every political apology since has followed his template: deny, delay, confess, and survive. If Watergate taught America that presidents could commit crimes, the Clinton scandal taught it that they could survive them, as long as the economy was good and the spin was better. It blurred the line between moral failure and legal consequence, between leadership and likability. In the end, Bill Clinton didn't fall from power. He stumbled and kept walking. He proved that charisma could be armor, that a tearful confession could reset a narrative, and that the American public, weary of outrage, would eventually choose comfort over punishment. But beneath the politics and the gossip lies a deeper story, one about the fragility of trust. Clinton's downfall wasn't about sex, it was about truth. The same lie that began with, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman," rippled across generations, teaching every future president that in the digital age, nothing stays secret, and every private mistake becomes public property. He left the White House with a 65% approval rating and a permanent asterisk beside his name. A president who gave America prosperity but took its innocence, who won the people's forgiveness but lost history's. And as the millennium closed and America stepped into a new century, the phrase, "It depends on what the meaning of the word is," echoed through political folklore, a reminder that the truth, once bent, never fully straightens again. Hey guys, welcome back. Tonight, we step into the electric glow of the 1980s, an age of neon lights, Cold War paranoia, and Hollywood heroism. And right at the center of it all was a man who seemed larger than life. Ronald Reagan, the actor turned president, the smiling symbol of American optimism. But behind that warm voice and patriotic charm was a web of secret deals, hidden wars, and one of the most complex political scandals in modern history, the Iran-Contra affair. Reagan's presidency was a performance worthy of the big screen. He sold America a story, one where freedom always triumphed, the Soviets were the villains, and America was the shining city on a hill. He called the Soviet Union the evil empire and promised to restore American pride after the fog of Vietnam and Watergate. For millions, he did. The economy roared back, patriotism surged, and the man they called the Great Communicator became a living embodiment of hope. But every great story has a subplot, and Reagan's was unfolding in the shadows, far from the cameras and applause. It started with two problems. The first was Iran, a nation under strict US sanctions after the 1979 hostage crisis. Officially, America didn't negotiate with terrorists. Unofficially, things were murkier. In the early 1980s, several Americans were taken hostage in Lebanon by pro-Iranian militants. The White House wanted them back, badly. The second problem was Nicaragua, a small Central American country caught in the crossfire of the Cold War. In Nicaragua, a leftist group called the Sandinistas had overthrown the US-backed dictatorship and aligned themselves with Cuba and the Soviet Union. To Reagan, it was unacceptable, another domino falling to communism. To fight them, the CIA began supporting a rebel group known as the Contras, a ragtag mix of ex-soldiers and paramilitaries fighting to reclaim control. But Congress, wary of another Vietnam-style quagmire, passed the Boland Amendment, which banned further US funding for the Contras. That should have been the end of it. But the Reagan administration wasn't known for taking no as an answer. Deep inside the National Security Council, a small team began working on a workaround, a secret plan to fund the Contras without Congress ever knowing. The man at the center was Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, a decorated Marine with a square jaw, a Bible on his desk, and a talent for bending rules in the name of patriotism. North and his allies saw themselves as soldiers in a holy war against communism, fighting evil by any means necessary. Their solution was both ingenious and illegal. They decided to sell weapons to Iran, America's sworn enemy, in exchange for the release of hostages, then funnel the profits from those arms sales to the Contras in Nicaragua. It was the perfect political shell game. One covert mission funding another, both hidden from Congress and the public. At first, it worked. Hostages were released, money flowed, and the Contras kept fighting. But the plan was playing with fire. Iran was still under arms embargo, meaning any sale of weapons violated US law. The Contras, meanwhile, were committing atrocities in Nicaragua, burning villages, executing civilians, and earning international condemnation. The Reagan administration publicly denied involvement while privately signing off on the cash. And Reagan? Well, that's where the story gets hazy. Reagan's defenders claim he didn't know the full extent of the scheme. His aides say he approved the general idea, helping the Contras and freeing hostages, but never signed off on the illegal mechanics. His critics say otherwise. They argue that Reagan's obsession with defeating communism blinded him to legality. His own diaries show a president torn between idealism and ambition. "We must not break the law," he wrote once, "but we can't abandon freedom fighters either." The irony is that Reagan didn't need to do it. His popularity was sky high. His re-election campaign in 1984 crushed the opposition. But power breeds confidence, and confidence breeds recklessness. In Reagan's White House, covert operations became a parallel government, a network of patriots convinced they were saving the world, one illegal arms deal at a time. The operation unraveled in November 1986. A Lebanese newspaper first reported that the US had secretly sold weapons to Iran. Days later, the connection to the Contras surfaced. The news hit Washington like an earthquake. The headlines screamed "Arms for Hostages" and "White House Secret War." Reagan appeared on national television, looking genuinely shaken. "We did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages," he said firmly. "It was a lie, or at best, wishful denial." Within weeks, investigations were launched, documents shredded, and aides lawyering up. The American people were confused. How could the president who embodied patriotism be involved in such a backroom betrayal? For Reagan, the scandal was more than political. It was personal. He believed in his own myth, the hero who would never cheat, never compromise, never lie. Now the evidence suggested otherwise. As investigators dug deeper, the story grew darker. They uncovered offshore accounts, Swiss bank transfers, and coded memos authorizing arms shipments. Oliver North became the scandal's most famous face, a soldier-turned-scapegoat, testifying before Congress in full uniform, medals gleaming under the lights. "I was authorized to do everything that I did," he declared, his voice steady. Millions of Americans watching at home believed him. To them, North wasn't a criminal. He was a patriot caught in politics. Reagan's approval ratings plummeted. Allies distanced themselves. The press compared it to Watergate, though this time the president was less the mastermind and more the absent captain of a runaway ship. When reporters pressed him on the contradictions in his statements, Reagan said quietly, "My heart tells me it was right. My head tells me it was wrong." That line became the perfect summary of his presidency, a man torn between conviction and conscience, between image and truth. But the worst was yet to come. Because as the investigation deepened, it became clear that the Iran-Contra affair wasn't just a scandal, it was a blueprint. A new model for how presidents could operate in the shadows beyond oversight, using patriotism as the perfect disguise. And when the final act came, the hearings, the confessions, and the quiet deals made behind closed doors, America learned that even the great communicator's smile couldn't talk his way out of history. By early 1987, the Reagan presidency stood on the edge of collapse. The Iran-Contra scandal had gone from rumor to revelation, and the man who once promised morning in America was now watching his administration drown in midnight hearings. The illusion of innocence had cracked. Beneath the patriotic speeches and flag-draped optimism was a White House that had secretly traded weapons with enemies, defied Congress, and lied to the public, all in the name of freedom. The investigation began with chaos. Shredders in the National Security Council ran day and night as staffers destroyed sensitive documents. Oliver North, the Marine-turned-covert operator, admitted he had cleaned up files before investigators arrived. His assistant, Fawn Hall, famously told Congress, "Sometimes you have to go above the written law." That one sentence, casual, almost naive, became the scandal's unofficial motto. The Tower Commission, a special investigative panel appointed by Reagan himself, began untangling the web. What they found was a mix of arrogance, confusion, and deliberate deceit. The report described a president who was detached from management but deeply driven by ideology. a man who trusted too easily in his subordinates and believed that noble goals could excuse questionable means. Reagan wasn't the criminal mastermind some wanted him to be, but he was guilty of something just as dangerous: willful blindness. When the televised congressional hearings began, they had all the drama of a Hollywood thriller. America watched as witnesses paraded across the stage: CIA agents, military officers, political operatives, each one adding a new thread to the story. And at the center sat Oliver North, in full dress uniform, hand raised, swearing to tell the truth. His testimony was electric. North didn't grovel or deflect. He stood tall and unapologetic. "I made a judgment call," he said. "I believed in the cause of the Contras. I believed in the president." To some, he was a patriot unfairly punished for loyalty. To others, he was the face of a government gone rogue. The crowd outside the Capitol split like the country itself. Protesters waving signs that read "Justice for Nicaragua" clashed with supporters chanting "God bless Ollie." For Reagan, the hearings were excruciating. The man who built his presidency on communication suddenly seemed uncertain, even lost. When asked if he had known about the diversion of funds to the Contras, his answers shifted over time, from denial to confusion to half admission. "If I'd known," he said at one press conference, "it would have been wrong. But I didn't." It was both a defense and a confession. By 1988, several top officials had been indicted. North, National Security Advisor John Poindexter, and CIA officers faced criminal charges ranging from conspiracy to obstruction of justice. North was convicted on 3 counts, though those convictions were later overturned on appeal due to immunized testimony. Poindexter's convictions were also reversed. In the end, not a single major player served real prison time. And then came the final twist. In December 1992, on his last day in office, President George H.W. Bush, who had served as Reagan's vice president during the scandal, issued pardons to 6 key figures, including former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger. The move effectively closed the book on Iran-Contra and erased any lingering chance of full accountability. The independent counsel investigating the case called the pardons a cover-up completed. But history has a longer memory than politics. The Iran-Contra affair left a scar on the American presidency, one that never fully healed. It showed that even the most popular leaders could be tempted to bypass the Constitution. It revealed how ideology, when mixed with secrecy, can blur the line between heroism and hypocrisy. And it introduced a dangerous precedent, that presidents could wage their own wars in the shadows, confident that patriotism would protect them from punishment. Reagan, to his credit, didn't hide behind lawyers or denials forever. In March 1987, he addressed the nation from the Oval Office. His eyes were tired, his voice softer than usual. "A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages," he said. "My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not." It was the most honest line of his presidency, and perhaps his most tragic. The apology worked. America, still enamored with the great communicator, forgave him. Reagan's approval ratings rebounded, and by the end of his second term, his legacy as the man who won the Cold War overshadowed the scandal that nearly destroyed him. History gave him a lighter sentence than the law ever would have. Yet the consequences of Iran-Contra echoed for decades. It emboldened future administrations to test the limits of executive power, from covert operations in the Middle East to drone strikes and surveillance programs. It blurred the boundary between policy and secrecy, creating a template for plausible deniability. Whenever modern leaders justify hidden actions in the name of national security, they are walking the same shadowed path, north, once mapped out in ink and cash. In retrospect, the Iran-Contra affair wasn't just a scandal, it was a mirror. It reflected America's uneasy relationship with morality and might. It asked whether a nation that sees itself as the defender of freedom can afford to act lawlessly in its own defense. And it left behind an uncomfortable truth, that even good intentions can leave dirty fingerprints. Reagan left office in January 1989 with the same genial wave that had carried him through every crisis. The crowds cheered, the cameras flashed, and history began its work of polishing the rough edges. His farewell address spoke of hope and renewal, of that shining city on a hill. He didn't mention the secret deals, the shredded documents, or the moral fog that had settled over his administration. But then again, he didn't need to. America wanted to remember the actor, not the plot twist. Still, for those who looked closer, the lesson was clear. Power wrapped in charm is still power. And when the lights dim and the cameras fade, even the great communicator's voice can be drowned out by the echo of a lie whispered in a bunker somewhere between Tehran and Managua. The Iran-Contra affair didn't end Reagan's presidency. It just reminded the world that even in the age of optimism, the machinery of deceit never sleeps, and that every shining city, no matter how high it stands, casts a shadow. Lyndon Baines Johnson was a man born not just to play politics, but to bend it to his will. Towering at over 6'3", with a voice that could charm, crush, or coerce in equal measure, Johnson ruled through presence alone. Colleagues said talking to him felt like standing too close to a thunderstorm, warm at first, until the lightning struck. His story begins in the dusty hills of Texas Hill Country, a place of hard soil and harder men. Johnson's father had been a state legislator who lost his fortune and his pride, leaving young Lyndon determined never to feel powerless again. That childhood wound became his lifelong engine. Every handshake, every vote, every favor traded. It was all part of a single obsession: control. By his early 30s, Johnson was already mastering the dark arts of political leverage. In 1937, he won a special election to Congress, using charm and intimidation in equal measure. He cultivated loyalty like a crop, feeding it with flattery, watering it with fear. In Washington, he was tireless. He memorized the habits of every senator, the ambitions of every aide, the weaknesses of every rival. Nothing escaped him. They called it the Johnson treatment. Imagine this. You're a senator standing in a hallway after a vote, and suddenly Johnson is in your face, nose inches from yours, eyes locked, one hand gripping your shoulder, the other slicing the air. He leans in, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It's part charm, part threat, and you can't escape. By the time he's done, you've said yes, even if you don't remember to what. But beneath the charisma was calculation. Johnson's power came not just from personality, but from his ability to manipulate the system, to make the rules work for him. And nowhere was that more apparent than in the 1948 Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate, the election that would forever define his legacy. That year, Johnson ran against former Governor Coke Stevenson, a folksy conservative who was beloved in rural Texas. Stevenson was popular, honest, and expected to win easily. But Johnson had no intention of losing. The race was tight, brutal, and ugly, filled with smear campaigns, ballot stuffing, and whispered threats. As the votes were counted, Stevenson led until the infamous Box 13 appeared. In Jim Wells County, a late batch of ballots suddenly surfaced, showing exactly 202 new votes, all neatly written in the same handwriting, in alphabetical order, and all for Johnson. It was enough to flip the result. Johnson won the primary by 87 votes out of nearly 1 million cast. Stevenson cried fraud. Investigators agreed something smelled rotten. But Johnson's allies in the Texas Democratic Party made sure the case never reached a real courtroom. Years later, one of Johnson's operatives, George Parr, known as the Duke of Duval, a political boss who controlled entire counties, hinted at what really happened. "Lyndon needed the votes," he said, "so we found them." The Senate seat was Johnson's, and so was the nickname that would follow him for life, Landslide Lyndon. Once in Washington, Johnson's ascent was unstoppable. He clawed his way from backbench congressman to Senate Majority Leader, using favors like currency. He remembered every promise, every deal, every debt owed. If you helped him, he rewarded you. If you crossed him, he buried you, politically, sometimes literally. Johnson built a political machine so effective, it made his predecessors look like amateurs. He secured government contracts for allies, funneled federal projects to Texas, and ensured loyalty through patronage. The line between persuasion and bribery blurred until it was meaningless. "Power is where power goes," he once said, and for Johnson, it went wherever he pointed. By the late 1950s, he was arguably the most powerful man in Washington, more feared than presidents, more connected than any lobbyist. But he wasn't content. The Senate was too small for his ambition. Johnson wanted the presidency. In 1960, he made his move. He ran for the Democratic nomination, but a young senator from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy, stole the spotlight. Kennedy had glamour, wealth, and a name that charmed the cameras. Johnson had grit and anger. When Kennedy offered him the vice presidency, many expected Johnson to refuse. Being vice president, he once said, was like a bucket of warm spit. But he accepted, and in that decision lay his patience and cunning. Johnson knew power sometimes came not from being first, but from being next. 3 years later, in November 1963, that chance came. When Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Johnson was sworn in aboard Air Force One, his hand raised beside a shell-shocked Jackie Kennedy. The nation mourned, and Johnson took control. In public, he promised continuity and compassion. In private, he got to work the only way he knew how, through manipulation, fear, and backroom deals. He pushed Kennedy's stalled civil rights bill through Congress by sheer force of will. He told racist Southern senators it would make them heroes. He told liberals it would redeem the nation. Both believed him. Johnson's presidency would become one of paradox, moral greatness built on moral compromise. He launched the Great Society, expanded Medicare, fought poverty, and reshaped civil rights. Yet his methods never changed. He bullied congressmen, spied on rivals, and used the FBI and IRS as political tools. In his world, democracy was less a debate than a negotiation, and he was always the one setting the price. But even Johnson's mastery had limits. As the Vietnam War deepened, his lies about progress, troop counts, and light at the end of the tunnel began to echo through the same microphones that once carried his triumphs. The credibility gap widened, and the nation that once feared him now doubted him. Still, in the dark corridors of power, his reputation for control remained unmatched. LBJ could twist an arm or a conscience with the same precision. He understood that politics wasn't about ideals. It was about leverage. He didn't believe in purity. He believed in pressure. And to him, there was no greater sin than losing it. By the time the 1964 election rolled around, he'd buried his opponents beneath an avalanche of votes. He won by one of the largest margins in U.S. history, the master manipulator now validated by democracy itself. But beneath the victory parade, the ghosts of his past lingered. The ballot boxes of 1948, the secret deals, the quiet threats, they followed him like shadows on the White House walls. Because for Lyndon Johnson, power wasn't just an end, it was survival. And in Section 2, that survival would demand its highest price, as the scandals of influence, war and manipulation began to consume the man who once believed he could control everything. By 1965, Lyndon B. Johnson stood at the height of his power. He had just won a landslide election, turning Kennedy's unfinished vision into his own masterpiece. Civil rights legislation was passing, poverty programs were expanding, the Great Society was taking shape. To the public, he was a titan of progress, a man whose empathy matched his authority. But behind the scenes, Johnson's presidency was a tangle of fear, favors, and backroom politics. He had built an empire, not of ideals, but of obligation. Every senator, every lobbyist, every reporter in Washington seemed to owe him something. He controlled information like oxygen, and no one breathed without his permission. The same instincts that made him a legislative genius made him a political tyrant. He micromanaged every decision. Phone calls at 3 a.m. to congressmen who hadn't voted the way he wanted. Threats whispered through the Capitol's marble halls. Aides said he would stand inches from their faces, booming out orders until they nodded. Anything to make the noise stop. Power, Johnson once said, is like a hammer. You use it to build, or you use it to crush. He did both, but his control had limits, and Vietnam was where it broke. When Johnson inherited the conflict from Kennedy, it was a minor Cold War struggle in Southeast Asia. By 1964, it had become a moral crusade. Johnson sold the war with the same charisma he'd used to pass civil rights. He told Americans that communism was spreading like a virus, that Vietnam was the front line of freedom. When 2 U.S. destroyers reported being attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin, Johnson seized the moment. He pushed through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, giving himself broad power to escalate military action without a formal declaration of war. The problem? The second attack never happened. Intelligence reports later showed it was a false alarm, radar ghosts, not real enemy boats. But Johnson used it anyway. "Hell," he said privately, "those sailors probably shooting at flying fish." But by God, it got us what we needed. From that moment, the war became his personal project. He hand-picked bombing targets, approved troop deployments, and demanded progress reports that told him what he wanted to hear. When generals warned of quagmire, he accused them of defeatism. When advisors raised doubts, he shut them out. To question the war was to question him, and nobody did that twice. By 1967, 500,000 American troops were in Vietnam. The body count rose daily, and so did the protests back home. Yet Johnson refused to back down. In private memos he wrote, "If I pull out now, they'll call me a coward." The man who once manipulated democracy to serve his ambitions was now enslaved by his own pride. Meanwhile, corruption was seeping through the cracks of his administration. Federal contracts tied to the Great Society were enriching political allies in Texas. Defense contractors made fortunes off the war, many with close ties to Johnson's inner circle. His longtime associate Bobby Baker, a Washington fixer, was exposed for bribery and influence peddling schemes that reached deep into the Senate. The scandal should have destroyed Johnson's career, but it vanished under the fog of war. The president's network of loyalty, reporters, donors, and political operatives closed ranks to protect him. Even his personal finances came under scrutiny. Johnson's family business, KTBC Radio in Austin, had ballooned in value thanks to FCC approvals and advertising contracts that mysteriously coincided with his rise to power. Every time a new bill passed or a new station license was approved, someone in the Johnson orbit got richer. But in Washington, ethics were flexible when the results looked good on television. Still, for all his power, Johnson was haunted. Every morning, he woke to casualty reports from Vietnam, pages of names, thousands of sons and fathers. His aides said he would read them in silence, then slam his fist on the desk. "I can't get out," he whispered once, "and I can't win." The press turned on him. The same reporters he'd bullied for years now smelled blood. When CBS anchor Walter Cronkite, the most trusted voice in America, declared that the war was mired in stalemate, Johnson reportedly told an aide, "If I've lost Cronkite, I've lost Middle America." He was right. The country that once feared his power now doubted his truth. Protests filled the streets, campuses erupted, and Johnson, once the architect of the Great Society, became the face of an unwanted war. His approval ratings collapsed. He began to isolate himself in the White House, surrounded only by loyalists too scared to tell him the truth. By 1968, the empire of fear he'd built was collapsing under its own weight. His health was failing, his credibility shattered. In March of that year, he shocked the nation with a televised address. After announcing a partial halt to the bombings in Vietnam, he looked straight into the camera and said, "I shall not seek, and I will not accept, the nomination of my party for another term as your president." It was the sound of surrender, not to an enemy, but to the truth. Johnson retired to his ranch in Texas, watching from afar as America tore itself apart. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. Robert Kennedy followed months later. The war dragged on. The nation he'd once commanded like a general was now burning from within. When journalists visited him in his final years, they found a man aged beyond his time, smoking, drinking, haunted by the ghosts of Vietnam. He died in 1973, his heart giving out before history could fully judge him. But judgment came anyway. Lyndon B. Johnson remains one of America's most complicated presidents, a man who expanded equality at home while spreading war abroad, who fought poverty with the same ferocity that he fought his enemies. His crimes weren't of theft or bribery alone, but of manipulation, deception, and unchecked ambition. He didn't just abuse power, he personified it. The tragedy of Johnson is that his greatest achievements were built on the same instincts that destroyed him. He passed the Civil Rights Act with intimidation. He escalated a war through lies. He governed by force and feared nothing but weakness. In the end, the man who once said, "Power is where power goes," learned the hardest truth of all. That power also goes away. The phone calls stopped. The favors ran out. The voices that once trembled under the Johnson treatment no longer returned his calls. And when history finally spoke, it didn't whisper. It told a story of brilliance and brutality. A man who could make history bend, but never quite learned how to let it stand on its own. The ballots, the bribes, the backroom deals, they all ended the same way, with silence on a Texas hill, and a legacy that even time can't fully forgive. The story of the Bush dynasty reads less like a family biography and more like a blueprint for American power. From the oil fields of Texas to the corridors of Langley and the Oval Office itself, George Herbert Walker Bush built an empire that linked business, intelligence, and politics into a single, seamless machine. His journey shows how influence in Washington doesn't always come from ideology. It comes from access and from never running out of friends who owe you favors. Bush was born into privilege but raised on discipline. His father, Prescott Bush, was a U.S. Senator from Connecticut, a banker with deep ties to Wall Street and the military-industrial world. Young George absorbed that world like oxygen. After serving heroically as a Navy pilot in World War II, he went to Yale, joined Skull and Bones, and moved to Texas, because that's where the money was turning into oil. By the mid-1950s, he had founded Zapata Petroleum, a modest company that became a front door to enormous geopolitical opportunity. Zapata drilled wells in the Gulf of Mexico, but its connections reached much farther. Declassified records and journalists later noted curious overlaps between Bush's business network and early CIA operations in the Caribbean. Whether coincidence or convenience, those links built the foundation for his later role as Director of Central Intelligence. In Washington, Bush became the man who understood both markets and missions, someone equally comfortable in a boardroom or a briefing room. By the early 1970s, Bush was everywhere power gathered. He served as UN ambassador, envoy to China, and finally, in 1976, CIA chief during one of the agency's darkest chapters, just after Watergate and the Church Committee investigations had exposed decades of covert abuses. His task was to clean house without opening too many doors. Colleagues later said Bush's genius wasn't reform, it was restoration. He made the agency respectable again, not necessarily transparent. "Trust me," he told Congress. And mostly they did. That trust carried him all the way to the vice presidency under Ronald Reagan. Officially, he was the loyal deputy, calm where Reagan was charismatic. Unofficially, he was the quiet operator who knew exactly how the levers worked. When the Iran-Contra affair exploded in 1986, Bush's fingerprints were faint but present. Memos placed him at key meetings, diaries hinted he was in the loop. Yet when the scandal reached its boiling point, investigators found no direct evidence of wrongdoing. Bush's gift wasn't avoiding controversy. It was surviving it. In 1988, he finally stepped out from Reagan's shadow and ran for president. The campaign mixed patriotic nostalgia with subtle menace. His strategist, Lee Atwater, turned politics into psychological warfare, mastering the art of fear. Television ads showed shadowy criminals, while Bush promised a kinder, gentler nation. The contrast was deliberate, the smiling patrician backed by attack dogs. It worked. Bush Sr. entered the White House promising ethics after 8 years of secrecy. But Washington never forgets old habits. Once in office, his foreign policy resume became his armor. He presided over the end of the Cold War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the dawn of a new world order. But peace rarely profits, and the gears of defense never stop turning. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990, Bush seized the chance to reassert American dominance. Operation Desert Storm was swift, televised, and politically perfect. Victory came with fireworks and flag-waving approval ratings above 80%. Yet behind the triumph lay familiar contradictions. Oil interests, military contractors, and intelligence assets all intertwined in the machinery of intervention. Critics pointed to Bush's lifelong ties to the energy industry and the House of Saud. Zapata's old associates reappeared as consultants and donors. Defense firms that had bankrolled his campaign won major contracts for the Gulf War. The administration insisted it was coincidence. History tends to call it pattern. Domestically, the economy faltered, and Bush's patrician detachment made him seem out of touch. But within the deep state, the web of oil, intelligence, and finance, his influence endured. The Gulf War not only protected Middle Eastern oil lanes, it reaffirmed America's post-Vietnam confidence in using force. It was clean, quick, and profitable. For a moment, the ghosts of Southeast Asia seemed buried under Kuwaiti sand. Still, the shadows lingered. Investigative journalists unearthed questions about Bush's role in earlier covert operations. The 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, the 1980 October surprise rumors that alleged secret contacts with Iran during the Carter-Reagan transition. None were ever proven, yet they fed the mythology surrounding him, the idea that Bush was the embodiment of continuity, the face of the unseen establishment that kept America's gears turning no matter who occupied the Oval Office. When his presidency ended in 1993, Bush left quietly, almost elegantly. He'd lost to a young Arkansas governor named Bill Clinton, the same man whose scandals would later make Bush's look tame. But George H.W. Bush didn't fade away. His network persisted: campaign donors, intelligence veterans, oil executives, and political protégés, all orbiting around a family name that now meant stability and access. And waiting in that orbit was his son, George W. Bush, the heir with a Texas drawl and a resume built from his father's legacy. While the elder Bush embodied restraint and pragmatism, the younger would inherit the dynasty's ambition and double it with conviction. The stage was already set: oil connections, foreign entanglements, and a belief that American power, once used, could always be justified. By the late 1990s, after years of peace and profit, the world had almost forgotten the old networks. But they hadn't gone anywhere. The same boardrooms, the same donors, the same contractors were waiting. The Bush dynasty was more than a family. It was an infrastructure. In the next section, those foundations would ignite again, under the smoke of September 11th, through the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and under questions that would never fully fade. Were the Bushes serving the country, or the system they'd built to run it? When George W. Bush took the oath of office in January 2001, America was calm, content, and complacent. The economy was humming, the Cold War was a memory, and the idea of another great national crisis seemed unthinkable. Bush, the 43rd president, was marketed as the friendly Texan, a man of faith, family, and folksy charm. To many, he seemed like the antidote to the scandal-fatigued Clinton era. But beneath that easy smile was the machinery of dynasty, the same oil ties, intelligence networks, and military connections that had powered his father's career. Then came September 11th, 2001. The morning that changed everything also defined everything that came after. 4 hijacked planes, nearly 3,000 dead, and an America stunned into unity and fear. For a moment, politics disappeared. The world rallied behind the United States. George W. Bush, once seen as an accidental president, now carried the weight of vengeance and destiny. Standing atop the rubble of Ground Zero, bullhorn in hand, he promised that the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon. They did. The war on terror began with overwhelming support. Within weeks, U.S. forces invaded Afghanistan, toppling the Taliban and scattering al-Qaeda. But inside the Pentagon and the Oval Office, attention was already shifting. The administration's hawks, Vice President Dick Cheney, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, and a young strategist named Paul Wolfowitz, argued that the real threat wasn't in Kabul. It was in Baghdad. The logic was seductive. Saddam Hussein, the defiant dictator from Bush Sr.'s Gulf War, was allegedly stockpiling weapons of mass destruction. CIA reports, many later revealed to be based on flimsy intelligence, painted a picture of nuclear ambitions and chemical stockpiles. The case for war was built not on proof, but on fear. And fear is the most effective sales pitch in politics. By March 2003, America was once again at war with Iraq. The invasion was swift. Baghdad fell in weeks. Saddam's statues toppled on live television. Bush, in full flight suit, landed on an aircraft carrier beneath a banner reading "Mission Accomplished." For a fleeting moment it looked like another desert storm. Clean, quick, decisive. But the mission had only just begun, and the cost was about to spiral beyond control. As months turned into years, the truth unraveled. There were no weapons of mass destruction. The intelligence had been exaggerated, massaged, or misread. The justifications shifted. First defense, then liberation, then democracy. The war that began as revenge became a quagmire of insurgency, sectarian violence, and shattered lives. And as the body count grew, so did the suspicion that the war wasn't just about security, it was about oil, contracts, and control. Enter Halliburton. The Texas-based oil services giant, once led by Vice President Cheney, won billions in no-bid government contracts to rebuild Iraq's infrastructure. Their subsidiary, KBR, handled everything from fuel delivery to feeding U.S. troops. Critics called it profiteering. Supporters called it logistics. The result was the same, a corporate gold rush in a war zone. Reporters documented billions in missing funds, inflated invoices, and ghost projects, entire facilities paid for but never built. Accountability dissolved in the desert heat. And yet, the administration doubled down. Each new revelation, from Abu Ghraib to secret CIA black sites, was met with the same justification. This is what freedom demands. The rhetoric of good versus evil became a shield for excess. "You're either with us or against us," Bush declared, and that binary logic turned dissent into disloyalty. Congress gave him what he wanted: expanded surveillance, indefinite detention, unchecked executive power. The Patriot Act redefined privacy, and the war on terror became a blank check. While soldiers fought and civilians died, defense contractors flourished. Companies like Lockheed Martin, Bechtel, and Blackwater reaped enormous profits. The revolving door between government and industry spun faster than ever. Retired generals became consultants, lobbyists became policymakers. It wasn't conspiracy, it was the system functioning exactly as designed. By Bush's second term, the illusions were cracking. The war in Iraq dragged on, Afghanistan stagnated, and the American public was exhausted. The 2008 financial crisis hit like an aftershock, erasing the last traces of confidence. By the time Bush left office, his approval ratings were among the lowest in modern history. The same man who had once been called a wartime leader left Washington as a symbol of overreach, a reminder of what happens when fear governs policy. Yet even in the wreckage, the Bush dynasty endured. His brother, Jeb Bush, remained a powerful governor and potential presidential contender. His father's network, from intelligence veterans to oil executives, continued to shape global policy behind the scenes. The dynasty didn't vanish, it adapted. In later years, George W. Bush sought redemption through humanitarian work, painting, and quiet reflection. He admitted mistakes, but stopped short of apologies. "History will be the judge," he said. It already had. The Iraq War cost over $2 trillion, claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and destabilized an entire region. The promised weapons were never found. The moral clarity of 9/11 gave way to the murk of occupation and deceit. And as the decades passed, the questions deepened. Was the war a miscalculation or a manipulation? Were the errors tragic or deliberate? And how much of it was shaped by a dynasty that had always seen oil, power, and foreign policy as parts of the same equation? The Bush family's legacy is paradox itself. George H.W. Bush, the cautious realist, ended wars. George W. Bush, the idealist, started them. Both believed in American destiny. Both trusted the machinery of influence that surrounded them. And both proved that dynasties, once entrenched, don't need thrones. They need access. By the time the last US troops withdrew from Iraq, the dynasty had already written its own epitaph: power inherited, power deployed, power denied. History doesn't forget that kind of symmetry. The Bushes left behind more than policies. They left behind precedent. That national security could justify anything, that patriotism could disguise profit, and that empires don't collapse overnight. They evolve quietly, from father to son, from battlefield to boardroom. And so, when future presidents invoked freedom while authorizing drone strikes or surveillance programs, they were following the same script, the one written in oil fields, refined in war rooms, and signed with the Bush name. Long before he entered the White House, Donald J. Trump had mastered one thing better than anyone in modern American politics: the art of the spectacle. He was the first president forged not in the fires of policy or public service, but in the glow of television lights and the roar of celebrity culture. His empire wasn't just built on skyscrapers and casinos, it was built on attention. And when attention is currency, chaos becomes strategy. Trump's rise was an evolution of American ambition. Born in Queens to real estate developer Fred Trump, Donald grew up watching deals made not in back rooms, but in boardrooms, where money and power spoke the same language. By his 30s, he was a fixture in Manhattan tabloids, the playboy mogul with gold-plated everything and an ego big enough to brand. Trump Tower rose as a monument to himself, glass, marble, and marketing genius. His empire, though dazzling, was often smoke and mirrors. Bankruptcies hit his casinos in Atlantic City. His airline failed, his football team vanished. But Trump understood something most businessmen never learn: perception beats reality. If he looked rich, sounded rich, and acted rich, no one cared what the balance sheet said. He built his name into a brand, licensing it across golf courses, vodka, and even a university that would later spark lawsuits for fraud. For decades, he hovered between fame and infamy, too gaudy for high society, too famous to fade. Then came The Apprentice. Television turned him from a bankrupt developer into a business messiah. "You're fired" became a cultural catchphrase, and the image of Trump as the decisive billionaire was cemented in the national psyche. By the time he descended that golden escalator in 2015 to announce his candidacy for president, he wasn't just another outsider. He was a brand running for office. And the slogan, "Make America Great Again," was more than politics. It was marketing. His campaign defied every rule. He insulted opponents, mocked reporters, and turned controversy into fuel. While traditional politicians measured words, Trump weaponized them. Cable networks aired his rallies live because outrage meant ratings. The more he broke norms, the stronger his following became. His critics called him dangerous. His supporters called him honest. In the vacuum of trust left by decades of corruption and hypocrisy, Trump offered something simpler: raw emotion. When he won the presidency in 2016, the world was stunned. He'd beaten the establishment, the media, and even his own party. But victory didn't calm him. The campaign chaos became governing chaos. Trump turned the Oval Office into a continuation of his reality show. complete with firings, feuds, and cliffhangers. He replaced policy briefings with Twitter storms, cabinet meetings with loyalty tests. To his followers, it was proof he was breaking the system. To his detractors, it was proof he had no idea how the system worked. From day one, scandal followed like a shadow. The Mueller investigation probed alleged ties between his campaign and Russian operatives during the 2016 election. For 2 years, America watched as headlines filled with indictments, guilty pleas, and whispers of collusion. The final report was murky, finding evidence of interference, but no direct criminal conspiracy. Still, it painted a picture of a presidency surrounded by lies, obstruction, and manipulation. Trump declared victory. "No collusion," he tweeted, turning a legal technicality into a political triumph. But that was only the first chapter in a presidency defined by investigation. The Trump Organization faced scrutiny over tax fraud, campaign finance violations, and hush money payments to cover alleged affairs. His charity was dissolved for misusing funds. Advisors and aides, from Paul Manafort to Michael Cohen, were indicted or imprisoned. For any other president, it would have been fatal. For Trump, it was Tuesday. His genius, or his madness, lay in how he turned every scandal into spectacle. When accused, he attacked. When cornered, he doubled down. His base saw persecution where others saw accountability. Every investigation fed the narrative that he was the lone warrior against a corrupt system, their system. It was populism as performance art, and no one performed better. Still, power has limits, even for the showman-in-chief. In 2019, Trump became the third president in U.S. history to be impeached, charged with abuse of power and obstruction of Congress for pressuring Ukraine to investigate political rival Joe Biden. The evidence was clear: a phone call, a withheld aid package, a quid pro quo in plain sight. But in Washington, truth is negotiable. The Republican-led Senate acquitted him, and Trump emerged emboldened, declaring himself completely exonerated. Then came 2020, the year the chaos finally caught up. The pandemic hit. Over 1 million lives were lost worldwide as COVID-19 swept across borders and belief systems. Trump's response was part denial, part deflection. He downplayed the virus, clashed with scientists, and turned public health into politics. Yet his rallies continued, packed and defiant. His supporters called it freedom. His critics called it fatal arrogance. By November, America was exhausted. The election came down to a simple question: normalcy or more chaos? Trump lost, but he didn't concede. What followed was the most dangerous chapter in modern political history. He claimed the election was stolen without proof, but with conviction strong enough to fracture the country. Lawsuits failed, recounts confirmed the results, yet the lie grew louder. On January 6, 2021, it reached its crescendo. A mob, fueled by Trump's words and months of disinformation, stormed the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of the election. The images, rioters in tactical gear under the rotunda, lawmakers fleeing for safety, Confederate flags in the halls of democracy, seared themselves into history. Trump watched it unfold on television. Hours passed before he told the crowd to go home, adding, "We love you." For millions, it was the moment his presidency crossed the line from reckless to criminal. Days later, he became the first president impeached twice, this time for incitement of insurrection. Again, the Senate acquitted. Again, Trump called it vindication, but the stain remained. By the time he left office, the list of investigations had multiplied. into his taxes, his business dealings, his handling of classified documents, and his role in attempting to overturn an election. Even out of power, he dominated headlines, indictments trailing behind him like campaign slogans. And yet, the paradox persisted. His base didn't shrink. It hardened. Each accusation became evidence, not of guilt, but of persecution. Trump had turned prosecution into political theater, and in the age of outrage, that theater never closes. He wasn't the first president accused of crimes, but he was the first to thrive on it, to make infamy his brand and controversy his oxygen. Section 2 will follow that aftermath, the indictments, the loyalists, the legal fallout, and how Donald Trump transformed criminal investigation into the most powerful campaign platform in modern history. When Donald Trump left the White House in January 2021, he didn't fade into retirement like other presidents. He refused to disappear. Washington expected a concession speech. What it got was a campaign rally in exile. As Joe Biden took the oath, Trump boarded Air Force One for the last time, vowing, "We will be back in some form." It wasn't just a promise, it was a warning. Most ex-presidents step off the stage into memoirs and museums. Trump stepped off into investigations. Within months, prosecutors in multiple states began digging into his finances, his campaign, and his conduct. The walls of the Trump Organization, once lined with gold, were now lined with subpoenas. The first cracks came from New York. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office charged the Trump Organization and its longtime CFO, Alan Weisselberg, with tax fraud and falsifying business records. The allegations were mundane but damning: off-the-books perks, inflated property valuations, and hush money payments disguised as legal expenses. Trump called it a witch hunt. His lawyers called it bookkeeping. Prosecutors called it crime. Then came the federal cases. One focused on classified documents Trump had taken from the White House, hundreds of sensitive files stored not in government vaults, but in boxes piled beside golf trophies at Mar-a-Lago. When the FBI raided the estate in 2022, the spectacle reignited the national firestorm. Supporters saw tyranny, critics saw treason. Trump responded with the only playbook he's ever trusted: attack louder than you defend. But the biggest case was still looming. January 6th. The Justice Department's investigation into the Capitol attack grew steadily, moving from rioters to organizers, from organizers to officials, and eventually to the Oval Office itself. Evidence revealed a pressure campaign to overturn the election: phone calls to state officials, schemes to submit fake electors, and a plan to block certification in Congress. The House's January 6th committee hearings laid it all bare, televised like a national reckoning. Witness after witness described a president who ignored advisers, defied the law, and stoked the flames he later pretended to douse. He knew, testified his former aides. He just didn't care. The conclusion was unavoidable. Trump hadn't merely watched the chaos, he'd invited it. By 2023, indictments began to land like hammer blows. Georgia prosecutors charged him with election interference, citing recorded calls where Trump urged officials to find 11,780 votes. Federal prosecutors charged him with obstruction and conspiracy to defraud the United States. Another case accused him of falsifying records to conceal hush money payments to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The scandal that had once felt like tabloid fodder now elevated to criminal court. It was unprecedented. No former president had ever faced this many criminal charges, or this much unwavering loyalty. Crowds still gathered at rallies. Donations surged after each indictment. Mugshots turned into merchandise. The more prosecutors pressed, the stronger his political base became. Trump had transformed the courtroom into a campaign stage, each legal battle another episode in his long-running show about power and persecution. Analysts compared his defiance to Nixon's, but the comparison missed the point. Nixon hid his guilt behind tapes. Trump broadcast his across social media. He didn't fear exposure, he weaponized it. Each accusation became part of the brand, proof in his eyes that he was still the outsider taking on the system. The paradox of Trump's post-presidency was simple. The more he was accused, the more he mattered. Every indictment fed his narrative that America's institutions were rigged, its media corrupt, and its justice system politicized. Millions believed him. For them, Trump wasn't a criminal. He was a martyr, a billionaire David against the bureaucratic Goliath. Inside the Republican Party, loyalty became a litmus test. Candidates kissed the ring, echoed the slogans, and avoided the question, "Do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?" A wrong answer ended careers. Trump no longer needed office to control the political machine. He'd already rewritten its code. Meanwhile, the trials crawled forward through endless motions, appeals and televised hearings. His lawyers argued politics. Prosecutors argued facts. Each new revelation, from missing documents to secret meetings, only deepened the divide. The truth became secondary to the narrative. In the age of Trump, the story was the reality. By 2024, the United States faced a strange new paradox. A former president under indictment running again for the White House and leading in polls. His rallies looked the same as they had years before. Red hats, booming music, chants of "lock him up" replaced by "they can't stop us." The justice system, designed to hold power accountable, now stood accused of trying to silence it. But the story of Trump isn't just legal, it's cultural. He didn't invent corruption, he made it entertaining. He didn't destroy institutions, he revealed their fragility. Every norm he shattered exposed how much of democracy depends not on law, but on restraint, and how easily restraint evaporates under applause. Behind the bluster and indictments lies a quieter truth. Trump is both symptom and architect of a political age where scandal is survival. His presidency blurred the line between crime and campaign, turning outrage into strategy. His downfall, if it ever comes, won't be delivered by a courtroom verdict, but by exhaustion, a nation too tired to keep up with the noise. And yet, the legacy remains. Trump changed the presidency more than any man since Nixon. He stripped away its polish, exposed its vulnerabilities, and reminded America that the office doesn't create integrity. It only magnifies what's already there. In a way, Trump's story is the logical conclusion of everything this series has explored. From Grant's whiskey scandals to Harding's oil deals, from Nixon's tapes to Clinton's lies, each chapter in American politics pushed the boundaries a little further until they finally collapsed under their own weight. Trump didn't start that tradition. He perfected it. The investigations will continue, the trials will drag on, and whether he's convicted or victorious, one truth will remain. Donald Trump didn't just live through history, he rewrote its script. He showed America what happens when power becomes performance, when loyalty outlasts law, and when the White House itself becomes a stage for one man's endless show. And in that spotlight, America saw something it could never unsee. That the line between politics and crime isn't a wall, it's a revolving door. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. built his reputation on empathy and endurance. To his supporters, he was the man who kept getting back up. To his critics, he was the consummate insider. 5 decades in Washington wrapped in blue-collar rhetoric. Either way, his story was a lesson in how persistence can outlast almost anything, even controversy. He entered the Senate in 1973 at just 30, one of the youngest ever elected. Within weeks, tragedy struck. His wife, Nelia, and baby daughter, Naomi, were killed in a car accident. The image of the grieving young senator taking the oath beside his son's hospital beds etched itself into the national conscience. From that moment, compassion became both his armor and his brand. Every setback, every misstep, every gaffe was framed against loss, a humanizing lens that turned sympathy into political strength. Through the 1980s and 90s, Biden built his resume as a pragmatic Democrat. He chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee, championing crime bills and violence against women legislation, while backing measures that critics later called excessive, mandatory minimums, expanded policing, the 1994 crime bill. He helped shape foreign policy debates from the Balkans to Iraq. Yet behind the public persona of decency was a politician fluent in the old Washington language of favors, fundraising, and longevity. When he ran for president in 1988, plagiarism sank him. Passages lifted from British politician Neil Kinnock ended the campaign overnight. 2 decades later, the scandal was a footnote. Time in Washington erases faster than it forgives. By 2008, Biden re-emerged as Barack Obama's running mate, a seasoned hand who gave the youthful ticket credibility. 8 years later, after 2 terms as vice president, the empathy narrative returned once more. Beau Biden, his eldest son, died of brain cancer. The heartbreak paused his political ambitions, but amplified his moral authority. Then came 2020. The country was fractured by pandemic and polarization, and Biden sold restoration, a return to calm after the Trump years. He promised integrity, normalcy, decency. Yet almost immediately, questions began circling the same theme that has shadowed him for decades: family ties and influence. At the center stood Hunter Biden, lawyer, lobbyist, and lightning rod. His business dealings in Ukraine and China became fodder for headlines and investigations. During his father's vice presidency, Hunter had joined the board of Burisma Holdings, a Ukrainian energy company long accused of corruption. Republicans alleged that the appointment was pure nepotism. Democrats countered that no wrongdoing was proven. Hunter admitted later that the optics were terrible, that the Biden name opened doors he shouldn't have walked through. But optics, in politics, can be fatal even without proof. Emails found on a laptop, tax probes, and foreign contract audits turned the younger Biden into a perpetual scandal headline. Conservative media called it evidence of global influence peddling. Liberal outlets framed it as a sad story of addiction and bad judgment. The truth, as usual, lay tangled between spin and speculation. What mattered politically was perception, and perception suggested that even a president who promised ethical renewal couldn't escape the gravity of Washington's oldest currency, family connections. Meanwhile, Joe Biden himself faced a quieter controversy: classified documents discovered in his private office and Delaware home. Found in 2022, they dated back to his vice presidential years. The revelation came just months after the FBI search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, making comparisons inevitable. The White House cooperated fully. Special counsels were appointed, yet critics saw double standards. The president who had condemned his predecessor for mishandling secrets was now under the same lens. The difference, investigators noted, was intent. But in politics, nuance rarely survives headlines. Biden's defenders emphasized transparency and decades of service. Opponents saw a pattern, a career politician too entangled with the establishment to recognize its rot. For every story of quiet compassion, there was another of insider comfort. His son's contracts, his brother's deals, the family's steady presence in ventures orbiting federal power. None of it amounted to conviction. All of it amounted to suspicion. Still, Biden's political resilience remained unmatched. He weathered inflation, partisan gridlock, and relentless culture war assaults. Abroad, he rebuilt alliances frayed by years of unilateralism, framing his leadership as restoration of America's moral compass. But at home, the narrative of integrity was harder to sustain. In a nation increasingly cynical about ethics, the line between empathy and opportunism blurred. To understand Biden's presidency is to see the duality that defines American politics in the 21st century, the promise of decency in a system that rarely rewards it. His supporters call him a healer. His detractors call him a relic. Both are right in their own ways. His career, from Senate hallways to the Oval Office, is a case study in endurance over inspiration. Yet endurance leaves marks. Every deal, every ally, every compromise becomes a thread in the web that now entangles him. As 2023 turned to 2024, investigations into Hunter Biden's taxes and firearms paperwork continued. The Justice Department appointed a special counsel to avoid appearances of bias. The president publicly distanced himself, insisting he had no involvement, no knowledge. Privately, aides said the toll was personal. Another family wound turned political weapon. But Biden understood better than anyone that sympathy can't always shield scrutiny. Washington forgives tragedy. It never forgets scandal. The story of Joe Biden, then, isn't one of crime or corruption proven in court. It's the story of perception, how the same system that raised him now questions whether he ever truly escaped it. He is a man shaped by loss, sustained by loyalty, and haunted by the optics of power. Section 2 will explore how those optics hardened into open investigation. The congressional probes, the media wars, and the question that still divides the country. Whether Joe Biden is a reformer cleaning up Washington or its last weary guardian. When Barack Hussein Obama II took the oath of office in January 2009, the world believed it was watching a new chapter of American idealism. The crowd on the National Mall stretched to the horizon, chanting hope and change. He was young, eloquent, deliberate, a constitutional scholar who spoke of unity in a country bruised by recession and war. After 8 years of George W. Bush's global interventions and domestic polarization, Obama promised light after fatigue. But behind the poetry of renewal lay a presidency that would come to embody the central paradox of modern American power. The man elected to dismantle the security state would, in practice, perfect it. Obama's rise was meteoric, but not accidental. From Chicago's South Side to Harvard Law Review, his career was built on calculation and charisma in equal measure. As a state senator, then U.S. senator, he spoke the language of reform, a voice against lobbyists, against war, against secrecy. His opposition to the Iraq War made him the conscience of a generation weary of endless conflict. By 2008, his message resonated globally. Diplomacy over dominance, transparency over fear. Yet every president inherits machinery already in motion, and the machine Obama inherited was vast, a post-9/11 national security apparatus spanning intelligence agencies, drone fleets, data servers, and surveillance programs operating in near-total secrecy. In private briefings before his inauguration, aides recalled the new president was stunned by the scope of it. Databases, kill lists, secret courts, and networks that stretched from Silicon Valley to Kabul. Power built for Bush was now his, and dismantling it would mean weakening the very tools meant to keep America safe. So instead of dismantling, he streamlined. Under Obama, the drone program expanded from experimental to routine. What began as a tactical strike tool under Bush became a central pillar of foreign policy. The administration argued that unmanned drones reduced American casualties and delivered precision justice to terrorists abroad. In reality, the precision was often imperfect. Strikes in Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia blurred the line between combatants and civilians. Entire families were caught in crossfire, invisible to the public, but documented by journalists and NGOs. Inside the Oval Office, Obama personally reviewed kill lists, names of suspected militants, including American citizens, marked for elimination without trial. It was the kind of moral calculus he once seemed destined to challenge. Supporters rationalized it as the burden of leadership. Critics called it constitutional betrayal. At home, the war on terror had become digital. The National Security Agency, NSA, empowered by the Patriot Act, built surveillance systems of staggering reach, collecting phone metadata, intercepting emails, and monitoring online behavior, not just of foreign adversaries, but of American citizens. When Obama took office, civil liberties advocates expected reform. Instead, the programs deepened, shielded by secrecy and legal nuance. Then, in 2013, came Edward Snowden. The young contractor leaked classified documents revealing the NSA's massive global spying operations, from tapping world leaders' phones to harvesting data from tech giants like Google and Facebook. The disclosures detonated across the planet. Obama's administration, which had campaigned on transparency, now stood accused of overseeing one of the most intrusive surveillance networks in history. Publicly, Obama defended the programs as essential and lawful, saying, "You can't have 100% security and 100% privacy." Privately, his team scrambled to contain fallout. Allies were outraged. Civil libertarians felt betrayed. For the first time, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate found himself portrayed not as a reformer, but as the latest custodian of empire. The paradox deepened in foreign policy. Obama entered office pledging to end wars. He did withdraw troops from Iraq, only to see instability spread. He surged forces in Afghanistan, then pulled them back, only to send drones in their place. He oversaw the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, a triumph of intelligence coordination that became the defining symbol of his presidency. Yet even that victory reinforced the pattern: surgical, secretive, lethal. America no longer waged wars. It managed them like algorithms. At home, another moral frontier emerged: whistleblowers. The Obama administration prosecuted more of them under the Espionage Act than all previous administrations combined. From Chelsea Manning to Edward Snowden to journalists' sources, those who exposed government misconduct faced harsh punishment. The message was unmistakable. Transparency was fine, but only on the government's terms. Still, Obama remained an enigma to many. His calm demeanor and measured speech masked the ruthless efficiency of his political operation. He navigated crises with intellectual precision: the Great Recession, the auto industry collapse, the BP oil spill. But each success came with compromise. Wall Street was rescued, Main Street felt abandoned. Healthcare reform passed, but the public option vanished. His idealism often collided with the concrete walls of governance, and the walls always won. To his base, Obama was still the symbol of possibility, the first black president, the face of progress. the man who restored dignity to the White House. To his detractors, he was another polished insider, masking expansion of surveillance and silent wars behind eloquent speeches. Both narratives were true in parts, and that was the tension of his legacy. By his second term, fatigue set in. The partisan gridlock hardened, and the idealism of 2008 gave way to pragmatism bordering on cynicism. The same administration that promised the most transparent government in history fought journalists in court for access to public records. Drone strikes continued, as did the quiet accumulation of data. The security state no longer belonged to any party. It belonged to itself. When Obama left office in 2017, approval ratings were high, but questions lingered. The wars he ended had shifted shape, not disappeared. The surveillance programs he inherited had grown smarter, not smaller. And the precedents he set, targeted killings without trial, data collection without warrants, became tools his successors could wield with even less restraint. Obama had entered history as the president of promise. He left as the president of paradox, a man who proved that good intentions are no match for entrenched systems of power. The hope that electrified millions in 2008 was still there, but refracted through the cold lens of reality. Because in the machinery of empire, even idealists must choose: dismantle the system and risk vulnerability, or control it and risk becoming what you opposed. Obama chose control. Section 2 will follow that transformation to its conclusion, how a presidency born in optimism left behind a legacy of drones, data, and doubt, and how the age of surveillance became the silent heir to his power. By Obama's second term, the glow of hope had cooled into the grey light of governance. The crowds that once filled stadiums now watched from screens. The man who had promised a new transparency now governed from within a fortified bubble of secrecy. The machinery of power he inherited had become the machinery of his presidency, and he learned, as every leader eventually does, that control always comes at a cost. The 2013 Snowden leaks changed everything. Overnight, the myth of a benign surveillance state collapsed. Citizens discovered that the National Security Agency wasn't just collecting data on foreign terrorists. It was quietly amassing information on millions of Americans, phone records, browser histories, metadata, entire lives reduced to algorithms. The shock wasn't that the spying existed, it was that it had become so normal. In press conferences, Obama defended the programs as legal and essential. "We can't have security without some sacrifice," he said, standing before the White House seal. But the revelations peeled back the curtain on something deeper, a government that had grown dependent on omniscience. It wasn't just about catching threats. It was about never being surprised again. The promise of perfect safety had birthed a culture of perpetual watching. For journalists, activists, and civil libertarians, the betrayal was personal. Obama had once taught constitutional law. He had campaigned against warrantless wiretapping. Now, his Justice Department was prosecuting whistleblowers with the same statutes once used against Cold War spies. The administration claimed it was protecting national security. Critics said it was protecting its secrets. The pattern spread. When Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning leaked evidence of civilian casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan, she was sentenced to 35 years in prison. When journalist James Risen refused to reveal sources, the Justice Department took him to court. And when Edward Snowden fled the country, Obama's officials branded him a traitor while quietly reforming some of the very programs he exposed. It was an era defined by contradiction. Punish the messenger, then adopt the message. Yet Obama's popularity endured. Drone strikes replaced ground wars. Combat deaths fell. To the public, the absence of coffins on television looked like peace. To those living under the hum of drones in Yemen or Waziristan, it looked like something else entirely, a remote-controlled empire, silent but lethal. Reports documented hundreds of civilian deaths. The Pentagon dismissed most as collateral damage. The administration maintained its criteria were rigorous, its oversight moral. But the process was secret, the targets unnamed, the accountability invisible. The technology that promised precision delivered distance instead. Decisions once made by generals in war rooms were now made by analysts at computer screens. The president who had inspired the world with empathy now signed off on strikes that killed by pattern recognition, where suspicious behavior was enough to justify a missile. Supporters argued that the alternative was worse. Critics replied that a nation can't preach human rights while waging algorithmic war. In speeches, Obama wrestled with the paradox publicly. At the National Defense University in 2013, he warned that perpetual war risked eroding democracy itself. "We must define the nature of this struggle, or it will define us," he said. But even as he spoke, drones circled, data streamed, and the surveillance state he cautioned against continued humming quietly behind him. Domestically, the weight of governing ground down the idealism that had carried him. Healthcare reform survived, but barely. The financial system recovered, but inequality deepened. The Tea Party backlash, fueled by economic resentment and racial animus, turned Congress into a battlefield. In that climate of mistrust, secrecy became survival. Transparency, once a campaign virtue, now felt like vulnerability. By 2016, the contradictions of the Obama years were clear. He had ended torture but expanded extrajudicial killing. He had limited troop deployments but normalized remote warfare. He had promised openness but presided over unprecedented surveillance. And yet history would still remember him as calm, moral, and scandal-free, because compared to what came next, he was. When Donald Trump took office, many of the powers Obama had wielded so carefully were suddenly in unpredictable hands. The drone program continued. The NSA's tools remained. The Patriot Act provisions lived on. Obama had tried to make the machinery responsible by embedding oversight within the executive branch. But oversight, like power, depends on who's using it. In trying to control the system, he had institutionalized it. His defenders insist he faced impossible choices: dismantle the security network and risk another 9/11, or maintain it and risk moral compromise. His critics argue that he chose the easier path, safety over principle. Both assessments carry truth. The Obama years showed that even good men, in the right circumstances, can extend the reach of the very powers they once opposed. Outside government, the consequences still ripple. Surveillance culture has bled into private life. Smartphones tracking movements, corporations collecting data that governments once begged for. The architecture built for counterterrorism became the blueprint for the digital age. It was never dismantled. It was privatized. And its origins trace back to the years when the world's most idealistic president found himself governed by fear of the next attack, the next leak, the next failure. In retirement, Obama has spoken often about faith in institutions, about the slow arc of progress bending toward justice. Yet his presidency revealed something uncomfortable, that institutions, once empowered, bend back. The same data networks meant to stop terrorists have been used to monitor activists, journalists, even allies. The same drones meant to protect soldiers have been used to wage wars without declaring them. And still, Obama remains one of the most popular former presidents in modern memory. Perhaps because, for all his contradictions, he reflected the American condition itself, a nation yearning for innocence, but addicted to control, demanding safety, but resenting surveillance, preaching liberty while living under cameras. His legacy sits in the quiet tension between principle and pragmatism. He inspired the world with language that outlasted his actions. He governed with caution in an age that demanded courage. He proved that power doesn't corrupt absolutely. It compromises gradually, until even the reformer becomes the administrator of the system he once condemned. When history looks back, Obama's presidency may not be remembered for the scandals it lacked, but for the questions it left unanswered. How much freedom can a democracy surrender before it stops being one? How transparent can power be before it breaks itself? In the end, Barack Obama was neither villain nor savior. He was the bridge between two Americas, the hopeful and the watchful. And somewhere, in the hum of a server farm or the quiet flight of a drone, his paradox still lives on. Because even the brightest light casts a shadow. For millions, John Fitzgerald Kennedy still stands frozen in time, smiling against a sunlit sky, hair tousled by Atlantic wind, the embodiment of youthful power and American possibility. To this day, his name carries a mythic resonance. The Prince of Camelot, the man who made politics poetic again. But beneath the charm and confidence lay a story of contradictions. A presidency that glowed with glamour while hiding its share of deception, excess and danger. Born into privilege in 1917, Kennedy was raised inside one of the nation's most ambitious dynasties. His father, Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., had built his fortune in banking, liquor and Hollywood, and dreamed of making his sons America's version of royalty. Jack, as the family called him, was the chosen one. Handsome, witty, and disciplined enough to turn his father's ruthless ambition into charm. Behind that charm, though, was steel, a will honed by pain. Chronic illness shadowed his life. Back injuries, Addison's disease, recurring infections. The young senator who radiated vigor was often held together by painkillers and grit. He hid it well. Cameras loved him, and he learned early that image was armor. The perfect smile became a political strategy. When he ran for president in 1960, Kennedy faced a nation standing on the edge of nuclear anxiety and racial division. His opponent, Richard Nixon, was experienced, calculating, and grimly competent. Kennedy countered with optimism. In the first televised presidential debates, the contrast was stunning. Nixon looked tired and sweaty. Kennedy looked like the future. Television won him the election as much as votes did. He became America's first television president, crafted for an age when charisma mattered more than caution. But from the moment he took office, the illusions began to fracture. The world he inherited was dangerous, unstable, and already spinning out of control. Within 3 months, he approved the Bay of Pigs invasion, a CIA-backed attempt to overthrow Fidel Castro in Cuba. The operation, conceived under Eisenhower, was a disaster from the first hour. Cuban exiles trained by the US were slaughtered or captured. Kennedy had been assured of success. Instead, he was humiliated on the world stage. The young president learned a harsh lesson. The intelligence community served its own momentum. He told aides afterward, "I want to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds." But he didn't. Instead, he tried to control it, a decision that would define the rest of his short presidency. In the aftermath, Kennedy doubled down on secrecy. He expanded covert operations across Latin America and Southeast Asia, authorizing black budget missions that blurred the line between defense and deception. His administration birthed what later generations would call the modern shadow government, a network of covert influence justified by Cold War paranoia. Publicly, though, the image of Camelot soared. The White House became a stage set of elegance and intellect, poets, artists, and scientists mingling beneath crystal chandeliers. Jacqueline Kennedy redesigned the mansion into a museum of history and taste. Life magazine turned it into a myth. The contrast was deliberate. Amid the chaos of nuclear brinkmanship, Americans needed beauty to believe in. Behind the scenes, Kennedy's personal life was a storm of contradictions. His affairs, from Hollywood starlets to socialites, were an open secret among aides and journalists, yet rarely printed. The press corps of the 1960s still practiced discretion. They saw themselves as protectors of image, not exposers of scandal. If modern transparency had existed then, Camelot might have collapsed in real time. One of the most dangerous of those relationships was with Judith Campbell Exner, who also had ties to Chicago mob boss Sam Giancana. Through her, rumors spread of mob involvement in Kennedy's election campaign, particularly in swing states where union votes mattered. His father, Joe Sr., had allegedly leaned on old underworld contacts to secure margins. None of it was ever proven, but the whispers persisted that the Kennedy glamour had been partly purchased in smoke-filled rooms. That entanglement soon became strategic. As president, Kennedy quietly authorized the CIA and organized crime to collaborate on assassination plots against Castro. It was the most ironic of alliances, the government and the mob pursuing the same enemy, each for its own reasons. Files later released by the Church Committee confirmed meetings, payments, and plans involving poisoned cigars and exploding seashells. What sounded like spy fiction had been national policy. At the same time, Kennedy was walking a political tightrope at home. He supported civil rights rhetorically, but moved cautiously in action, fearful of alienating Southern Democrats who still dominated Congress. His brother and Attorney General, Robert F. Kennedy, pushed harder, sending federal marshals to protect activists and desegregate universities. The brothers complemented and conflicted, idealism versus realism, crusader versus strategist. Their bond was fierce, their differences fatal. Internationally, Kennedy's presidency became a race against catastrophe. In 1961, the Berlin crisis brought US and Soviet tanks face to face in the shadow of the wall. The following year, the Cuban Missile Crisis pushed the world to the edge of nuclear annihilation. For 13 days in October 1962, humanity held its breath. Reconnaissance photos revealed Soviet missiles in Cuba. Kennedy ordered a naval blockade. The standoff between him and Premier Nikita Khrushchev was the most perilous moment of the Cold War. In those days, the mask slipped. Kennedy's public calm concealed private terror. He told aides, "I'd rather my children grow up red than dead." But he never showed it on camera. The crisis ended with compromise. The Soviets withdrew their missiles. The US secretly agreed to remove missiles from Turkey. Kennedy was hailed as a hero of restraint. Yet the real victory was survival, not triumph. The experience hardened him. He emerged more skeptical of generals, more distrustful of intelligence briefings, and more determined to avoid full-scale war in Vietnam. Privately, he told advisers he wanted withdrawal after re-election. Publicly, he increased aid and advisers, unwilling to appear weak. Like every president of the era, he was trapped by optics. Peace was weakness. Escalation was strength. By 1963, Kennedy's approval soared again. His speeches grew more philosophical, calling for nuclear disarmament, civil rights action, and a renewed American idealism, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. The image of Grace returned, polished and complete. Yet those inside his circle sensed a darker current, enemies multiplying in silence, hardline generals, disillusioned spies, anti-Castro exiles, and mob figures who felt betrayed after years of favors. The same networks that had once helped build his presidency were now turning restless. That November, he traveled to Texas to mend political fences and rally support for 1964. The motorcade through Dallas was meant to be a display of unity, optimism, and invincibility. It became something else entirely. Section 2 will follow the aftermath of that November 22nd day, the assassination, the investigations, and the legacy of secrets that still divide historians and haunt the American imagination. On the morning of November 22, 1963, John F. Kennedy awoke in a Dallas hotel suite to the sound of a bright Texas day. The trip was meant to heal political fractures within the Democratic Party. Southern conservatives had grown wary of his civil rights push, and 1964 loomed on the horizon. The itinerary was routine: a motorcade, a luncheon, a few speeches. Nothing unusual. Yet beneath the schedule, tension hummed like static. The Secret Service had warned of threats, but Dallas was friendly territory, or so they believed. At 12:30 p.m., the motorcade turned onto Elm Street in Dealey Plaza. Crowds waved and cheered as the presidential limousine rolled past the Texas School Book Depository. Then, in less than 10 seconds, the world changed. 3 shots cracked through the sunlight. One missed. One struck the president's neck. The last shattered his skull. Jacqueline Kennedy, drenched in blood, tried to hold together what was already gone. The motorcade sped to Parkland Memorial Hospital, but the doctors could do nothing. At 1 p.m., John Fitzgerald Kennedy was pronounced dead. In that instant, Camelot died with him, and something darker took its place. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson, sworn in aboard Air Force One beside the president's widow, inherited not just power, but chaos. America wept on live television. The myth of innocence, the belief in untouchable leadership, was gone. And almost immediately, so was certainty. Within hours, Lee Harvey Oswald, a 24-year-old former Marine who had once defected to the Soviet Union, was arrested for the shooting. 2 days later, before he could stand trial, nightclub owner Jack Ruby stepped from a crowd of reporters and shot Oswald dead on live television. The scene was surreal, an execution inside a police station. The killer said he acted in grief. Few believed him. The government moved quickly to contain speculation. President Johnson established the Warren Commission, led by Chief Justice Earl Warren, to investigate. 10 months later, its conclusion was simple. Oswald acted alone. A single shooter, a single rifle, a single moment in history. Case closed. But America didn't believe it. Witnesses described shots from multiple directions. Ballistics experts questioned the single bullet theory. The CIA, the FBI, and the Secret Service withheld documents. Files disappeared, reappeared, and were redacted beyond meaning. The more officials insisted on simplicity, the more the public smelled complexity. Rumors multiplied, of a second gunman on the grassy knoll, of CIA operatives silencing a president who threatened to dismantle them, of mob bosses avenging broken promises. Each theory seemed implausible until measured against the scale of the cover-up. The Warren Report had been meant to reassure. Instead, it became the blueprint for American distrust. Years later, the Church Committee and the House Select Committee on Assassinations uncovered evidence that reignited the fire. The CIA had concealed information, The FBI had destroyed files. Intelligence officials admitted to contact with Oswald before the assassination. The new congressional report concluded that there was a high probability that 2 gunmen fired. Though it couldn't prove who, it was enough to turn suspicion into faith. Faith that the truth had been buried beneath national security. And in many ways, it had. Kennedy's presidency had tangled itself with forces that lived in the shadows: intelligence agencies, organized crime, Cold War alliances. The CIA's covert war against Castro had spawned a labyrinth of operatives, Cuban exiles, and informants. Many of them despised Kennedy after the Bay of Pigs disaster. When he refused to authorize another invasion, they called him a traitor. Simultaneously, the mafia felt betrayed. In 1960, mob bosses like Sam Giancana and Carlos Marcello had allegedly helped deliver votes in key states through union networks and local machines. In return, they expected protection. Instead, Attorney General Robert Kennedy waged the most aggressive anti-mob campaign in history, deporting, indicting, and wiretapping the very men who thought the Kennedys owed them. Some historians believe the bitterness reached beyond business. Marcello later hinted, "If you cut off the dog's head, the tail dies too." Whether conspiracy or coincidence, the intersection of motives was undeniable. The CIA, the mafia, the anti-Castro militants all had reason to hate the president. What none had was proof in daylight. For decades, the files remained sealed. Only in 1992, under the pressure of Oliver Stone's film JFK and public outrage, did Congress pass the JFK Records Act, promising full release within 25 years. When the deadline arrived in 2017, thousands of documents were declassified, but hundreds more stayed hidden, for reasons of national security. Even in transparency, the mystery endured. Behind every theory lies a simple fact. The Kennedy assassination changed how America viewed power. Before Dallas, citizens believed in leaders. After, they believed in cover-ups. Every scandal that followed, Watergate, Iran-Contra, the Clinton impeachment, the surveillance state, carried its DNA. The idea that truth could be managed, that reality could be redacted, was born on Elm Street. In life, Kennedy embodied grace under pressure. In death, he became America's eternal question mark. His face on currency, his words in classrooms, his myth in memory. But the real man remains elusive. Was he hero or hypocrite? Visionary or manipulator? Both, perhaps. His presidency proved that charisma can inspire nations, but secrets can destroy them. The irony is cruel. Kennedy's greatest achievement, pulling the world back from nuclear war during the Cuban Missile Crisis, depended on secrecy. His greatest failure, the distrust that followed his death, grew from the same soil. He mastered appearances, and appearances became the crime scene. As decades passed, the legend hardened into law. Tourists flocked to Dealey Plaza. Documentaries dissected frames of the Zapruder film like sacred text. Every generation rediscovered the wound. Every new revelation only deepened it. Yet amid the fog, one truth remains clear. John F. Kennedy's presidency marked the end of innocence in American politics. The line between noble ambition and covert compromise had vanished. The White House was no longer a castle on a hill. It was a command center surrounded by shadows. When the shots echoed in Dallas, they didn't just kill a man, they killed the illusion that America's leaders were untouchable. The decades that followed would prove that power, no matter how glamorous, always carries a cost, and that sometimes the price is faith itself. The legacy of JFK endures not because of what he achieved, but because of what he represents. The beauty and the fragility of belief. In the silence after the gunfire, the question still hangs over the Republic, whispered in classrooms, debated in archives, haunting every corridor of power since who really killed the dream? Few presidents embodied both triumph and tragedy like Richard Milhous Nixon. He rose from poverty to power through sheer will, outmaneuvered enemies more gifted and glamorous than himself, and reached the pinnacle of American politics, only to destroy it all with his own paranoia. His presidency was a Greek tragedy set in the Oval Office. Ambition turned inward until it devoured its master. Nixon's beginnings were far from privileged. Born in 1913 in Yorba Linda, California, to a struggling Quaker family, he learned early the twin creeds of hardship and resentment. Two of his brothers died young. Money was scarce. His father's grocery failed. While other boys dreamed of adventure, Nixon dreamed of order. He once told a friend, "I was never a good loser. I cared too much." That hunger, that refusal to be beaten, would define him. After excelling in school, he attended Whittier College, where he built his first political machine, the Orthogonian Society, a club for outsiders opposing the elite fraternities. The symbolism was pure Nixon, the champion of the overlooked, fueled by grievance. He joined Duke Law, served in World War II, and entered politics in 1946 with a single motto: never underestimate the underdog. In Congress, he made his name as a Cold War crusader. On the House Un-American Activities Committee, he helped prosecute Alger Hiss, a former State Department official accused of being a Soviet spy. The case made Nixon a national figure, relentless, methodical, ruthless. To his supporters, he was a patriot. To his critics, a political opportunist who weaponized fear. Both were right. By 1952, at just 39, he was Dwight Eisenhower's running mate. But almost immediately, scandal threatened him. Accusations surfaced that Nixon had maintained a secret campaign fund. Facing potential expulsion from the ticket, he took to television to deliver the now legendary Checkers speech. For 30 minutes, he turned national suspicion into sympathy, denying corruption while painting himself as a humble servant who only accepted one gift, a dog named Checkers. The performance saved his career and cemented his greatest weapon, emotional manipulation through media. As vice president, Nixon was diligent but often overshadowed. Eisenhower respected his skill but never trusted his ambition. When Ike retired, Nixon sought to inherit the mantle, running for president in 1960. But fate dealt him his first major defeat, to a man who seemed his opposite in every way, John F. Kennedy. The televised debates made Nixon look pale and nervous next to Kennedy's poise. It was the beginning of his long war with the press, a relationship defined by contempt. After another loss in 1962's California gubernatorial race, he delivered a bitter farewell to reporters. "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore." America laughed. He vanished, but not for long. 6 years later, amid the chaos of Vietnam, assassinations and protest, he returned from political exile like a ghost from history. In 1968, he won the presidency, promising law and order to a country unraveling. His message was simple. He would restore what the 1960s had broken. For many Americans tired of chaos, that promise was irresistible. But beneath the calm slogans, Nixon's paranoia thrived. He saw enemies everywhere, in the press, in Congress, even within his own administration. He recorded conversations obsessively, distrusted allies, and demanded loyalty above all. "When you get in that Oval Office," he once said, "you've got to fight like hell." To Nixon, politics wasn't governance, it was war. The Vietnam War consumed his first years in office. Publicly, he pledged to achieve peace with honor. Privately, he expanded bombings into Cambodia and Laos, keeping Congress and the public in the dark. The secrecy was deliberate. Nixon believed transparency was weakness. Yet when leaks exposed the Pentagon Papers in 1971, classified reports revealing government deceit about Vietnam, his worst fears ignited. He ordered the creation of a covert unit known as the Plumbers, tasked with stopping leaks by any means necessary. That phrase would become prophecy. The Plumbers broke into the office of Daniel Ellsberg, the man who leaked the papers. They wiretapped journalists, bugged political rivals, and compiled enemies lists. Nixon justified it as national security, but the line between protection and persecution disappeared. His obsession with control had metastasized. By the 1972 election, Nixon's paranoia was an institution. His re-election campaign, run by the Committee to Re-elect the President, CREEP, operated like a covert operation, funneling illegal campaign donations, laundering money through shell companies, and running political sabotage missions. The goal was simple: destroy the opposition before it could threaten him again. That June, 5 men were caught breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C. They were found with cash, cameras, and listening devices. It seemed like a low-level burglary until investigators traced the money to Nixon's campaign. The president's first instinct wasn't denial, it was management. He ordered aides to obstruct the FBI, pay off the burglars, and keep the story buried until after the election. "I don't give a damn what happens," he told them on tape. "Just get it done." He won re-election in a landslide, unaware that the seeds of his destruction were already planted. Behind the scenes, the cover-up began to unravel. The Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein followed a trail of cash and whispers straight to the Oval Office. The FBI refused to close the case. The Senate launched hearings, and slowly, piece by piece, Nixon's empire began to crack. But Nixon didn't see Watergate as a crime. He saw it as a conspiracy against him. The irony was that his paranoia, once his greatest political weapon, had now turned inward. Every enemy he imagined became real precisely because he treated them as such. The harder he tried to control the narrative, the more it slipped away. The story of Watergate wasn't about burglary. It was about power, about a president who believed that winning justified everything, who saw democracy not as a system of accountability, but as a series of leaks to be plugged, rivals to be crushed, truths to be buried. By early 1973, as indictments mounted and tapes were subpoenaed, the walls of the presidency began closing in. The man who once promised to restore America's faith in government had become the face of its corruption. And yet, Nixon still believed he could survive, because for most of his life, he always had. Section 2 will follow the unraveling, the White House tapes, the confessions, the resignation, and the moment when Richard Nixon's empire of secrets finally collapsed under its own weight. By 1973, the Watergate scandal had swollen from rumor to reckoning. What began as a bungled burglary now loomed as the most explosive political crisis in U.S. history. The Nixon administration was collapsing under the weight of its own secrets. And at the center sat the man himself, pacing the Oval Office, mumbling to the portraits of past presidents as if they could tell him how to survive. The first cracks came from his inner circle. Senior aides H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and Attorney General John Mitchell, once Nixon's loyal enforcers, were indicted for conspiracy and obstruction of justice. The press called them the Berlin Wall because they shielded Nixon from scrutiny. When they fell, the wall came down. The Senate formed a special committee on Watergate, chaired by Senator Sam Ervin, a grandfatherly North Carolinian with a legal mind like a scalpel. Televised hearings turned into a national obsession. For hours each day, Americans watched aides, operatives, and former officials testify under oath. It was civic theatre at its finest, and most damning. Then came the revelation that changed everything. In July 1973, former White House aide Alexander Butterfield revealed that Nixon had installed a secret recording system in the Oval Office, automatic tapes of every meeting, every call, every order. Suddenly, the entire presidency was on record. Those tapes were the truth no one could spin. Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, appointed to investigate the scandal, demanded them. Nixon refused, citing executive privilege. The standoff escalated into what would become known as the Saturday Night Massacre. On October 20th, 1973, Nixon ordered the firing of Cox. Attorney General Elliot Richardson refused and resigned. His deputy also refused and resigned. Finally, Solicitor General Robert Bork carried out the order. The country erupted. The headlines screamed, "Nixon fires prosecutor, U.S. in turmoil." It was the moment the mask cracked. Poll numbers plummeted, impeachment whispers grew louder, and Nixon's isolation deepened. Yet he refused to yield. "I am not a crook," he declared at a televised press conference, his voice strained, his eyes pleading. But the phrase only cemented his downfall. The harder he denied guilt, the more America saw it. The battle for the tapes dragged on through the courts. When the Supreme Court finally ruled unanimously that Nixon must surrender them, the result was fatal. The recordings revealed a president orchestrating a cover-up, discussing payoffs, manipulating investigations, and plotting revenge. On one tape, just 6 days after the break-in, Nixon told Haldeman to order the CIA to block the FBI's investigation. It was the smoking gun. The illusion shattered. The most powerful man in the world had used his office to obstruct justice, and he'd recorded himself doing it. By summer 1974, the House Judiciary Committee drafted 3 articles of impeachment: obstruction of justice, abuse of power, and contempt of Congress. The votes were bipartisan. Even Nixon's staunchest allies began to defect. When Republican senators privately told him he no longer had the votes to survive a trial, the end became inevitable. On August 8, 1974, Richard Nixon addressed the nation from the Oval Office one last time. His tone was weary, his eyes sunken, his words measured but hollow. "I have never been a quitter," he said, "but as president, I must put the interests of America first." The next morning he walked across the South Lawn, paused at the helicopter steps, flashed his trademark V for victory salute, and disappeared into history. It was the first and only presidential resignation in U.S. history, the end of an era and the birth of a permanent cynicism. Vice President Gerald Ford was sworn in, pledging to heal the nation. A month later, he pardoned Nixon, calling it necessary to move forward. The decision divided America. Some saw mercy, others saw betrayal. Overnight, the ideal of presidential accountability turned into another political calculation. The pardon saved Nixon from trial, but it condemned his reputation forever. In exile, Nixon retreated to San Clemente, California. His days were spent writing memoirs, receiving loyalists, and nursing grudges. Yet, like all survivors of power, he reinvented himself. By the 1980s, he was back in the public eye, a foreign policy sage consulted by presidents who once despised him. He advised Reagan on China, Bush on the Soviet Union. Redemption, partial though it was, had arrived. But the shadow of Watergate never lifted. It became a permanent noun in the American lexicon, shorthand for scandal, corruption, and deceit. Every political controversy since carries its echo. Irangate, Bridgegate, Russiagate. Each one a ghost of Nixon's original sin. The tragedy of Richard Nixon is not that he was evil, it's that he was ordinary in his flaws, extraordinary in his reach. He believed himself a patriot, convinced that enemies lurked everywhere, and in trying to destroy them, he became what he feared. His brilliance and insecurity fused into a kind of self-sabotage that no office could contain. Watergate exposed more than one man's crimes. It revealed the fragility of the system itself. The idea that democracy could regulate corruption had met its most brutal test. For the first time, Americans watched a president fall not to bullets, but to tape recordings, the sound of his own voice undoing him. And yet, beneath the disgrace, Nixon's story remains eerily relevant. His obsession with loyalty, his war on the press, his belief that enemies justified extreme measures, all would echo through future presidencies. He didn't invent political paranoia, he perfected it. In the decades after his death in 1994, scholars would call him both villain and visionary. He opened relations with China, created the Environmental Protection Agency, and ended the draft. Achievements overshadowed by scandal, but undeniable nonetheless. He was proof that greatness and guilt can coexist within the same man, and that power, once tasted, demands everything in return. The fall of Richard Nixon was more than political. It was moral, national, even spiritual. It forced Americans to confront a truth they had long avoided, that their government was capable of deceit, and that its highest office was vulnerable to the same flaws as any citizen's heart. The microphones are silent now. The offices have new tenants. But somewhere, on a reel of magnetic tape stored deep in the archives, Nixon's voice still lingers, muttering, plotting, rationalizing, a ghostly reminder of how far ambition can fall. Because in the end, Nixon didn't lose to his enemies. He lost to his own reflection. Few figures in American history embody contradiction as completely as Thomas Jefferson. He wrote the words that define the nation: all men are created equal. Yet he owned more than 600 enslaved people. He envisioned a republic of virtue, but governed with secrecy and compromise. He was both philosopher and politician, both visionary and hypocrite. To understand Jefferson is to confront the moral schizophrenia at the heart of America itself. Born in 1743 to a wealthy Virginia family, Jefferson was a child of privilege and intellect. He absorbed Enlightenment philosophy with the zeal of a disciple. Montesquieu, Locke, and Rousseau became his prophets, liberty his religion. By 1776, as the colonies moved toward revolution, Jefferson emerged as the movement's literary voice. The Declaration of Independence was his masterpiece, a manifesto of reason and rebellion. All men are created equal, he wrote, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The words ignited a world. But even as he wrote them, enslaved hands built his home at Monticello. Jefferson's genius was matched by his idealism and his ability to rationalize. In letters, he called slavery a moral depravity and a hideous blot. Yet he inherited enslaved labor from his father and never freed the majority of them. He told himself he was trapped by economics, by law, by time. But history records the truth plainly. Jefferson's vision of liberty had boundaries, and they were drawn at the color line. When the war ended, Jefferson's ambition turned toward shaping the new republic. As governor of Virginia, diplomat to France, and later Secretary of State under Washington, he became the nation's philosopher-in-chief. He distrusted strong central power and preached the purity of the agrarian farmer, a nation of yeomen, self-reliant and free from corruption. His rival, Alexander Hamilton, saw the future in cities, commerce and banks. Their feud, reason versus realism, became the DNA of American politics. In public, Jefferson posed as a reluctant leader. In private, he was a master manipulator. He used surrogates to attack Hamilton through partisan newspapers while pretending to remain above the fray. He believed republics survived not on truth, but on appearances. When scandal threatened, he deflected with philosophy. When confronted with hypocrisy, he retreated behind reason. Then came the Revolution of 1800, a bitter election that nearly shattered the young nation. Jefferson's victory over John Adams was the first peaceful transfer of power between opposing parties in world history. He called it a triumph of principle, declaring, "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists." But the unity he preached was fragile. Behind closed doors, Jefferson purged Federalists from office, silenced opposition editors, and expanded executive power, ironically mirroring the monarchism he claimed to despise. His presidency began with bold moves. In 1803, he approved the Louisiana Purchase, doubling the nation's size overnight. The deal was unconstitutional by his own strict constructionist philosophy, yet he justified it as necessary for liberty's expansion. "A little rebellion now and then," he once wrote, "is a good thing." So too, apparently, was a little hypocrisy. For Jefferson, principles were flexible if destiny required it. But his empire of ideals carried a private empire of secrets. In Paris, years earlier, while serving as ambassador, Jefferson had fallen into a relationship with Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman nearly 30 years his junior and his late wife's half-sister. The relationship produced several children, all born into slavery. Jefferson never acknowledged them publicly. For centuries, defenders denied it. DNA evidence has since confirmed it. The affair wasn't just scandalous, it was symbolic. The man who declared universal freedom lived by the labor and love of those he legally owned. His silence was calculated. Jefferson understood reputation was currency. To admit the truth would destroy the moral authority on which his power rested. So he built walls of secrecy, burned letters, erased records, and trusted that posterity would remember only his words, not his contradictions. Even his supposed idealism had shadows. The Embargo Act of 1807, meant to protect American neutrality, crippled the economy. His non-interventionist philosophy turned to coercion at home. Dissenters were branded unpatriotic. Trade collapsed. Smugglers became heroes. The same president who preached minimal government expanded it when necessity demanded control. Power, once tasted, never left his hands easily. After leaving office in 1809, Jefferson returned to Monticello, retreating into the comfort of philosophy and architecture. But his peace was haunted. Debts consumed his estate. His letters reveal a man torn between pride and guilt, defending liberty while evading its price. To visitors, he was the sage of the Republic. To those who lived under his roof, he was still the master. In his later years, Jefferson designed the University of Virginia, calling it his last act of usefulness. He envisioned it as a temple of reason, free from religious dogma and political influence. Ironically, the university was built by enslaved laborers, their sweat mixed into the mortar of enlightenment. Even in his final masterpiece, the contradiction endured, the architect of freedom relying on bondage to build it. When he died on July 4th, 1826, exactly 50 years after signing the Declaration, his legacy was already myth. The irony seemed divine, his timing poetic. Yet beneath the symbolism lay silence. His enslaved descendants were sold to pay debts. His letters offered no confession. The man who had written the gospel of equality left behind a world still chained by its opposite. Thomas Jefferson's greatness lies not in purity but in paradox. He gave the nation its defining ideals and its defining hypocrisies. He built a republic of reason on foundations of contradiction. His words inspired revolutions. His life exposed their limits. To study him is to confront America's most enduring question. Can a country built on liberty ever escape the shadows of its own making? Jefferson believed the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. He never imagined that its roots would be watered too by denial. In the end, he was both liberator and liar, prophet and prisoner, proof that even the architects of freedom can be trapped inside their own design. He called himself the champion of the people, the defender of democracy against privilege and corruption. To millions of Americans, Andrew Jackson was the man who gave power back to the common citizen. To others, he was a tyrant draped in patriotism, a soldier who brought battlefield brutality into the halls of government. His presidency redefined power, expanded democracy for some, and destroyed it for others. Jackson was the first modern populist, and his legacy is written in both triumph and blood. Born in 1767 in the backwoods of the Carolinas, Jackson was forged in hardship. Orphaned by war and disease, he grew up wild and angry, shaped by the violence of the American frontier. He fought in the Revolution as a boy soldier and carried a British saber scar on his face for the rest of his life. The wound became part of his mythology, proof that he was born in struggle and raised for vengeance. As a young lawyer in Tennessee, Jackson turned ambition into empire. He speculated in land, dueled rivals, and built wealth through plantations worked by enslaved laborers. The image of the self-made man masked a network of ruthless deals and human bondage. Yet his charisma was undeniable. Tall, lean, and fiery-eyed, Jackson embodied the spirit of the frontier, fearless, vengeful, unstoppable. His rise to national fame came through war. During the War of 1812, Jackson led ragtag militias to victory at the Battle of New Orleans, defeating the British after peace had technically been declared. The battle was pointless strategically, but priceless politically. Newspapers crowned him a hero, old hickory, unbending and incorruptible. That image propelled him into politics, where myth often outweighs fact. Jackson's appeal was revolutionary. He was the first president born outside the Eastern elite, a man of the people who despised the old aristocracy. His election in 1828 was a populist uprising. Farmers, laborers, and frontiersmen saw in him a mirror of their anger, a man who hated bankers, distrusted intellectuals, and promised to break the stranglehold of privilege. His campaign slogans were crude but powerful: "Let the people rule." But beneath the democratic fervor was something darker. Jackson's politics were fueled by resentment, and his sense of justice was personal. He believed the president was the direct voice of the people, an idea that blurred the line between democracy and dictatorship. When Congress opposed him, he saw conspiracy. When the courts limited him, he saw treason. His first great battle was with the Second Bank of the United States, a powerful institution that regulated the nation's credit. Jackson viewed it as a den of corruption, a symbol of elite control. "The bank," he thundered, is trying to kill me, but I will kill it." He vetoed its recharter, withdrew federal deposits, and scattered them among local banks. The result was short-term triumph and long-term chaos, economic instability that fueled a financial panic after his presidency. Yet for his followers, it was proof that he had broken the old order. Jackson's populism had limits. His vision of democracy excluded women, Black Americans, and indigenous nations. His most infamous act, the Indian Removal Act of 1830, stands as one of the darkest chapters in presidential history. Framed as a policy of exchange, it authorized the forced relocation of tens of thousands of Native Americans from their ancestral lands in the southeast to the arid plains of the west. Jackson portrayed it as benevolence, saving native peoples from extinction by moving them out of harm's way. In reality, it was a brutal campaign of displacement and death. When the Cherokee Nation took their case to the Supreme Court in Worcester versus Georgia, Chief Justice John Marshall ruled that their sovereignty must be respected. Jackson reportedly sneered, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." The line, whether apocryphal or not, captured his contempt for constraint. The forced marches that followed, the Trail of Tears, killed thousands. Starvation, exposure, and disease turned the promise of democracy into a nightmare of empire. Jackson's defenders called it inevitable, the price of progress. His critics called it genocide. Both saw it clearly. Power, once given to a man who saw himself as the nation's will, becomes unstoppable. Yet even as he crushed his enemies, Jackson cultivated a myth of moral virtue. He paid debts, rejected bribes, and portrayed himself as incorruptible. To ordinary Americans, he was proof that one man's fury could stand against the system. To historians, he remains the paradox of American populism, the leader who preached equality while practicing exclusion. Violence followed him everywhere. He fought at least a dozen duels, killing one man outright, and carried bullets in his chest for decades. In 1835, an assassin fired 2 pistols at him. Both misfired. Jackson beat the attacker nearly to death with his cane. The incident only deepened his legend. Destiny itself seemed to protect him. Politically, he reshaped the presidency into a populist stronghold. He vetoed more bills than all his predecessors combined, and used the office as a direct instrument of will. "The people are the government," he declared. "Their sovereign voice is the voice of the president." The phrase thrilled his followers and terrified his opponents. Democracy had found its strongman. By the time he left office in 1837, the economy was faltering, the frontier burning, and the party he built, the Democratic Party, was permanently transformed. His farewell message sounded like prophecy. Eternal vigilance by the people is the price of liberty. Few noticed the irony. The same man who demanded vigilance had just proven how dangerous unchecked power could be. In retirement at the Hermitage, Jackson lived surrounded by wealth built from enslaved labor and war spoils. He spoke of God, patriotism, and duty while defending slavery as necessary to the Southern way of life. He believed himself righteous, his sins sanctified by service. Even as age bent his frame, his will remained iron. When he died in 1845, mourners across the nation wept as if for a king. His enemies exhaled in relief. Jackson left behind a democracy more inclusive in voice, yet more brutal in practice, a nation that spoke of equality while marching over graves. His portrait still hangs in the White House, a reminder of the uneasy marriage between populism and power. Andrew Jackson was the first president to prove that democracy's greatest threat might come not from monarchy, but from the mob behind a single man. His legacy remains carved into America's conscience, the belief that righteousness justifies domination, that popularity excuses cruelty, and that patriotism can hide a trail of tears. Because in the end, Jackson's America was not the triumph of the people. It was their warning. He entered the White House with a saxophone and a smile, the boy from Arkansas who promised to bridge generations, heal divisions, and bring optimism back to the Oval Office. Bill Clinton was the first president of the MTV era, charismatic, brilliant, flawed, and endlessly complicated. He could charm a crowd with sincerity and mislead them with the same warmth. His presidency would deliver prosperity and peace, and nearly destroy itself in scandal. Born in 1946 in Hope, Arkansas, Clinton grew up in poverty and chaos. His stepfather was abusive. His mother struggled to survive. The pain forged his gift, the ability to read people, to understand their hunger for connection. He studied relentlessly, won a Rhodes Scholarship, and earned a law degree from Yale, where he met Hillary Rodham, a woman as driven as he was. Together, they built a political partnership that was part marriage, part movement. By the 1990s, America was ready for a new kind of leader, youthful, empathetic, unscarred by Vietnam or Watergate. Clinton fit the moment perfectly. When he won the presidency in 1992, he declared the dawn of a new Democrat, one who could blend liberal ideals with fiscal pragmatism. His first term revived the economy, reduced the deficit, and balanced budgets for the first time in decades. The nation prospered, the Cold War was over, and the Internet age was beginning. It should have been a golden era. But behind the smiles, the machinery of scandal never stopped grinding. Clinton's personal magnetism was both his gift and his curse. Rumors of infidelity followed him from Arkansas into the White House. He had escaped political death before, the Jennifer Flowers affair, the Whitewater investigation, but the presidency amplified every whisper. His enemies, especially the newly emboldened conservative movement, were determined to bring him down. Then, in 1998, came the name that would define his presidency, Monica Lewinsky. A young White House intern, Lewinsky became involved in an affair with the president, a secret relationship that included flirtations, late-night calls, and clandestine meetings in the Oval Office. It might have remained private, buried under layers of denial, if not for an unrelated civil lawsuit filed by Paula Jones, a former Arkansas state employee accusing Clinton of sexual harassment. As part of that case, Lewinsky's name surfaced. What began as gossip exploded into a constitutional crisis. When independent counsel Kenneth Starr took over the investigation, his mandate expanded from real estate deals to private lives. The Starr report would become infamous, a 445-page dissection of a president's personal sins, delivered to Congress with explicit detail. Clinton's initial reaction was to deny everything. Standing before the nation, he uttered the line that would haunt him forever. "I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky." But the evidence said otherwise. A blue dress, phone records, and sworn testimony contradicted him. When the truth finally emerged, Clinton pivoted, from denial to defiance. "Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate," he admitted in a televised address. The nation watched in shock, not just at the infidelity, but at the ease with which a president could lie to their faces. Yet something unexpected happened. Clinton's approval ratings rose. While Washington erupted in moral outrage, ordinary Americans seemed to shrug. The economy was booming, unemployment was low, and global stability held. Voters separated the man from the results. "It's the economy, stupid. His campaign slogan from years earlier became prophecy. Still, the scandal tore the political fabric of the country. The House of Representatives voted to impeach him on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice, only the second impeachment of a U.S. president in history. The Senate acquitted him, falling short of the two-thirds majority required for removal. Clinton survived, wounded, humiliated, but undefeated. The ordeal revealed both his weakness and his resilience. Behind the scenes, his survival was pure political mastery. Clinton turned impeachment into a referendum on partisanship, painting his accusers as obsessed moralists. His empathy, genuine or strategic, never wavered. He apologized to the nation, to his family, even to Lewinsky, and then returned to work as if nothing had happened. Foreign policy victories in Northern Ireland, the Balkans, and the Middle East allowed him to reclaim his stature abroad. But the scars ran deep. The scandal forever altered public trust in government and the boundaries of privacy. The line between journalism and voyeurism blurred. The presidency itself became tabloid spectacle. Lewinsky's life was shattered. Her name turned into a punchline by late-night comedians. Years later, she would speak about the trauma of global humiliation and the imbalance of power between a 22-year-old intern and the most powerful man on Earth. In retrospect, the Clinton years were a study in contradiction. Prosperity paired with cynicism, moral preaching with private recklessness. The man who could quote scripture with tears in his eyes also passed definitions under oath to save himself. His intellect and charisma built bridges, yet his appetites burned them. After leaving office, Clinton re-emerged as an elder statesman, founding the Clinton Foundation and championing global causes, AIDS relief, climate action, education. His reputation rehabilitated, yet never fully cleansed. For his admirers, he was a symbol of resilience and intellect. For his critics, a reminder of how charm can mask deceit. History judges him as both successful and scandalous. The president who gave America its longest peacetime boom and its most public moral breakdown. His story is a mirror of the late 20th century. Brilliant, indulgent, self-assured, and addicted to the image of progress. Bill Clinton mastered survival because he understood something essential about power. People forgive what they understand. He convinced the public that his flaws were human, his sins personal, his achievements national. In doing so, he rewrote the political playbook, not by reforming it, but by outlasting it. He once said, "There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America." It was both confession and prophecy. Because if his presidency proved anything, it's that in politics, as in life, the truth can bend, the rules can blur, and still, somehow, the story goes on. Bill Clinton didn't fall from grace. He danced around it, and when the music stopped, he was still standing. History loves its heroes clean. It builds monuments of marble and memory, polishing the rough edges until only virtue remains. But the truth of American leadership is more complicated, more human. Beneath every oath of office lies the same fragile combination of ambition and fear. The presidency, for all its ceremony, has always been less about sainthood than survival. From the beginning, the pattern repeats. Men who swear to protect freedom often bend it, reshape it, or quietly betray it. Washington mastered secrecy. Jefferson hid contradictions behind reason. Jackson wrapped violence in democracy. Nixon recorded his own corruption. Clinton turned shame into spectacle. Even the modern presidents, Reagan, Obama, Trump, Biden, each faced the same invisible trial: how to hold power without being consumed by it. The truth is that no one holds the presidency untouched. The office does not reveal character, it magnifies it. The flaws that were once private become national. A temper becomes tyranny, a weakness becomes scandal. And when the facade finally cracks, the country sees itself reflected in the break. The American myth depends on belief in purity, the idea that somewhere behind the politics there exists a moral center uncorrupted by ambition. But the stories of these presidents show something harder to accept, that leadership is not purity, but compromise, not perfection, but endurance. Every great reform has its shadow, every noble act its hidden cost. Liberty itself has always been messy, paid for with contradictions written into the national DNA. Consider the Founding Fathers, philosophers of freedom who enslaved other human beings. Their words outpaced their deeds, yet those words still moved mountains. Their hypocrisy didn't erase their vision. It defined the tension of a nation trying to live up to its own promise. 2 centuries later, that struggle remains. Modern presidents inherit not just a country, but a system, one built to both empower and constrain. The Constitution divides authority to prevent kings, but power always finds new paths. Every generation invents its own justification for excess: national security, economic stability, public morality, national pride. Each one believes its circumstances exceptional. Each one repeats the same pattern. The face changes, but the bargain does not. Scandals, in this sense, are not deviations. They are the system working as designed, moments when secrecy collides with accountability. Watergate, Iran-Contra, Lewinsky, Ukraine, Mar-a-Lago, different eras, same gravity. Power expands until it meets resistance. The question is never if it will cross the line, but when and who will stop it. Yet even in corruption, there is revelation. The reason America survives its scandals is because they are public. Each outrage forces the nation to look at itself, its values, its contradictions, its appetite for forgiveness. The headlines fade, but the lessons accumulate. Transparency is both punishment and renewal. The founders built a government capable of error because they understood human nature too well to expect innocence. And so, every presidency becomes a mirror. When the public cheers for Jackson's fury, it is cheering its own hunger for strength. When it excuses Clinton's lies, it is forgiving its own. When it elects reformers like Obama or populists like Trump, it is searching not for truth, but for reflection, a leader who embodies its collective need, whether for stability, hope, or vengeance. The cost of this reflection is high. The closer America comes to its ideals, the more its flaws show. The farther it runs from corruption, the more it discovers within itself. The presidency amplifies both, the best and the worst, until the difference between savior and sinner becomes indistinguishable. Power in a democracy is paradox, given by the people, yet isolating, temporary, yet absolute in the moment. It demands empathy and rewards ruthlessness. The president must be both actor and architect, moralist and manipulator. And when history judges, it does not ask if they sinned, only if they learned. Some did. Washington left voluntarily. Lincoln transformed tragedy into purpose. Nixon resigned. Clinton endured. Others doubled down, their legacies scarred but unbroken. None escaped untouched. Because power, once held, rewires the soul. It teaches that ideals are negotiable, that justice can be delayed, that the truth can wait. The real crime is often not the scandal itself, but the silence that follows. Still, there is something enduring, even noble, in the attempt. America's story is not of perfect men building a perfect system, but of flawed humans pushing against the weight of their own contradictions. Each president, in failure and triumph, expands the nation's understanding of itself. Every scandal forces evolution. Every cover-up fuels reform. The Republic survives not because of its leaders' purity, but because of the public's insistence on remembering when they are not. In the end, perhaps that is the lesson of all these stories, that democracy is not a covenant of innocence, but of vigilance. It asks its citizens to look unflinchingly at the people they elevate, to see both their virtue and their vice, and to keep demanding better even when perfection is impossible. Because America's presidents, for all their grandeur, remain human, driven by ego, haunted by fear, and capable of both greatness and disgrace. Their criminal pasts are not exceptions to the rule. They are the rule written in human ink. The myth of purity may comfort us, but the truth of power is what keeps the Republic alive. And so, the story ends where it began, with a nation forever chasing its own ideals, led by men who reflect its contradictions, redeemed not by innocence, but by the courage to confront the truth, again and again.